There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the mudmob zone.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Was that a party or?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Unless they playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming out the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
Starosta.
Huh,
Starosta.
what's he doing? Come on. That's odd. I'm sure I can fix it. I think. The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow. Mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
February 1st, 2030 warning. This is an emergency broadcast. This is not a drill. This is an emergency broadcast. This is not a drill. You are asked to remain calm. Scientists at NASA, ESA, CNSA, JAXA, and Roscosmos identified a slight deviation of the moon from its orbit. The cause of this phenomenon remains unknown even as scientists search for a solution to stop the moon's descent. Governments from every continent and country came together to discuss a path forward through the impending calamity. They created a governing body from a collection of nations to oversee the handling of the imminent disaster. A series of evacuations have begun across major coastal cities such as Tokyo, Mumbai, Sao Paulo, New York City, Shanghai, Lagos, and others. This is as a result of the likelihood of tsunamis and flooding of different magnitudes. To find out if your city is on the list, please visit www.lunaremergency.com. During the evacuation, you are advised to remain orderly, maintain decorum, and respect orders to ensure a frictionless process. People living near minor beaches, rivers, and lakes where no evacuations are taking place are advised to move inland to avoid the potential of flooding. If you own a personal bunker, please ensure that it is well stocked so that it can be used for a period of several months. Warning: this is an emergency broadcast. This is not a drill. This is an emergency broadcast. This is not a drill. Update: several nuclear attempts to remedy the situation have failed. The moon continues on its path towards the Earth. You are advised to remain calm. Coastal cities are being overrun with water. To any persons left in the affected areas, move away from waterfronts such as beaches, rivers, and lakes. Move inland. Stick to high grounds, when possible, to avoid the water overtaking you. When traveling, take essentials only, and make sure to travel light as maneuverability is better prioritized over comfort. Only travel with necessities such as medication, sweaters, and blankets to help regulate temperature when caught in a cold place. If possible, get a radio with a solar with an alternative energy source. These could be solar-powered radios powered by AAA batteries, as the conventional means of communication are unreliable. Where one is available, a walkie-talkie is also advised to make up for the internet being down and help with ease of communication when possible. Go travel in packs, when possible, as traveling in groups greatly improves one's survival as more needs might be able to be met that way. For persons inland, gather low volatile fluids such as kerosene in case you need to keep warm. Where available, wood logs can also be burnt for warmth and sustenance. Be careful to clear the space when lighting up said woods. Do not engage in wood burning in a forest to reduce the chances of a forest fire. Be careful of rampaging wild animals. Reduces bathing as water conservation is required. Take showers only when necessary. Strict rationing of food is advised so it can last for longer. Remember to stay hydrated. Do not drink contaminated water. Use a clean container and add 5 drops of bleach for every 2 liters of water. Do not use scented, color-safe or bleaches with added cleaners. The solution needs to stand for 30 minutes before it is safe to drink. This method does not kill all pathogens in water and, while it is useful in an emergency, you should try and boil drinking water where possible. Bring the water to a rolling boil for 3 to 5 minutes. Let cool before drinking. Boiling is the surest method to kill disease-causing germs, including viruses, bacteria, and parasites. March 3, 2030 warning. This is an emergency broadcast. This is not a drill. This is an emergency broadcast. This is not a drill. The global internet is down. Attempts to keep it up have failed. Estimates say the death toll is in the thousands as the full force of the winds and the tide hit most waterfront cities. Cities like Los Angeles and Dhaka are already underwater. Be ready to move inland or to higher ground. Wear appropriate clothing and sturdy shoes. Gather only essential items and take your emergency kit. Unplug appliances and electric equipment. Lock all your windows and doors. Check with your neighbors to see if they need assistance. Advise family members who are outside the area to not return home. The government's effort to blow the moon before it gets to the Earth's orbit has failed. restating its attempt to bring a solution to ensure the continued existence of the human race. Here are things to do. Breathe, remain calm. Town halls of major cities will soon publish a list of nearby municipal and commercial bunkers. This list will be printed and then distributed to people who arrive on site. Admission into the municipal bunkers will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Remain orderly and calm when seeking admission into a bunker. Any unsightly display shall be met with resistance from on-site forces. This is an emergency broadcast. The death toll has increased to millions, and the Earth has undergone and still undergoing drastic changes. This is an emergency broadcast. The death toll has increased to millions, and the Earth has undergone and still undergoing drastic changes. The bunkers have closed. Reopening them will be impossible due to the harsh conditions. Anyone trying to break into a bunker will be eliminated without notice. If you don't have access to a bunker, try finding a natural shelter. Keep an eye out for caves, hollows, or even dead logs that might fit your body. Scientists predict that the moon will splinter into many pieces, and the probability of some of these pieces falling to Earth is high. Staying indoors or in a shelter is recommended.
This is an update on the Earth situation. The moon has splintered into many pieces. An asteroid is incoming, and it is projected to fall in parts of Africa, the Americas, and Europe. Pinpointing the exact location had proven impossible. Everyone in this area is advised to go indoors, stay in the bunker, and brace for impact. Remain calm to avoid unnecessary loss of life. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and flooding have rocked several regions of the Earth. There has been a tremendous loss of life, but the worst is almost over. To any survivor, stay put. Several broadcast messages will keep you updated with current happenings and how to survive. We will come back strong.
Ready to reach the right crowd? Get influencer marketing right on Fiverr.
What's the matter, Whitey?
Well, I think it's time to record.
Oh my God, you're right! Off to the LI.
Gee willikers, CG!
What's the matter, Whitey?
Well, I think it's time to record.
Oh my God, you're right! Off to the LIU Mobile!
Yeah! Let's go. This, that, 617 shit. This, that, 617 shit. This is that. 617 shit, 617 shit, 3 times.
People in the crowd, get up, get loud, jump up, around, we light it up, then we burn it down. We gonna be the ones to do what it do. Come on with a gun at you when you crew leave you running as I'm coming and be something as I'm coming at you, and a few you do. Oh, dogs. Beantown representatives, born in 1990, I've been repping this ever since. Austin, Paxton, we repping Celtics. We get angry if we don't win, cause we selfish. This is CG, this is
Oblate,
this is
White,
this is when, and this is our stage. Don't try to front like you ain't like it, you can't fight it, so get with the movement, stay quiet.
This that 617 shit. This that 617 shit. This is that 617 shit. 617 shit. Three's out.
Welcome to the city of champions. We wear all black fitted dog jeans and the champions. Super hood, I'm feeling super good. Just back the bitch that was super bad. I think it's cause she knew I get that stupid bread. And if you want you some, then you better have that super head. Look, Corinne Stevens, I beat a skeeter like I'm Skeeter, then I'm leaving off to another meeting, sitting at the table, discussing who's eating and why this plate bigger than mine. I ain't hating, no, I'm saying mine needs to be double its size. So I cash in my 9 to 5 to double up.
This that 617 shit. This that 617 shit. This is that 617 shit. 617 shit. Three's out.
With a swagger, cause I grew up in the city. Going to the top and I'm taking you all with me. Never been afraid to do what I gotta do. I got a lot of loot, but it's not for you. Trying to make a move and I chop your crew. I'll show you exactly what the chopper do. This one is for you and everybody in the beam. The illest invisible rapper that you never seen. My mother said become your dream. Now people say, Wizzy, you the best. Yeah, I see what they mean. God told me this is what I was made for. You don't want your chance to shine, fine. Then let me take yours. Hustler by nature, rapper by choice. So if you feel my music, make some motherfucking noise.
This that 617 shit. This that 617 shit. This is that 617 shit. 617 shit. Three's out. Now throw your threes out. Throw your threes out. Now throw your threes out. Throw your threes out. Now throw your threes out. Throw your threes out. Now throw your threes out. Let's go.
Gee Willikers.
You know what, man?
What up, Wiz?
It's been a long time since we had this come to see.
Oh, we gon' get it, man. Here we go. You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around. You don't know about get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around.
Patriots, Bruins, Red Sox, Celtics, city of the champs. I'm sorry we can't help it. You never find a city more ruthless than us. People get shot in front of churches, on the train, on the bus. Fuck a whistle, I'm a must. You're a pimple, I will pop you. Crew is the salad of herbs, I will toss you. If you're trying to catch the beef, I will moss you. I wake up every day and thank God I am not you. Scream that you ain't ran, but you quick to get your man popped. To leave his body sloppy and copy next to the Hancock. And this is Hyde Park, hustling is fine art. If you know what's good for you, leave before the sky's dark. Yes, sir, we are LIU. We leave the whole crew MIA. From the pan to the berry, I get love every day. People used to ignore me, now they pay me just to hear what I say. Wiz.
You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around. You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around. First question I must ask on my thesis is, can somebody show me where a better MC is? No, I doubt it, about it. I'm proud to shout it loud and clear. The tip is here, I get cheers all around. It's the greatest feeling that you could have. Better than McLovin fucking on super bad. I leave you dudes too mad with awful vibes. Now make me a chicken sandwich with some waffle fries and a Dr. Pepper. I'm really not despicable, just alone with trees, so my thoughts are unforgivable. I'm a red hot chili pepper toughest bully on the playground. Wanna beat him short, take it, I'll give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I'm killing you bugs rapping, my job is the raid now. Stopping this guy cold state of the music, being a rapper so easy that a caveman could do it. Motherfucker. You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around. You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around.
Used to get hated on, but now people love me. The fans telling me that there's no one above me. Bitches try to hug me and the dudes try to dap me up. I got a 40 cal for them dudes try to clap me up. Fuck a family, I kill you right in front of them. The hammer have your vertebrae looking like a jungle gym. Who's hotter than me? No other. You bitch like bread, so I spread it like butter. No brothers, but a handful of riders. Think you on fire, let the burn ignite you. You don't want me to fight, I'll leave your face in the dirt. Now you talk to the town, people saying you murk. Now your mom praying in the church, trying to talk to you there. Fuck a phone call, we can settle it here. I leave the lead in your ear, you ain't hearing the sound. You still don't get how we get down.
You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around. You don't know about us and how we get down. Cause we here, so beware. Cause we ain't fucking around.
Fuck them other rappers, man.
That really ain't a problem with.
Light it up, man. You support the music, hold us down.
LIU.
See you later, hater.
CG. Woo. Young Wiz. Peace. And we out. And we out. And we out.
Oh, shit.
LIU on that cowboy shit.
Yup. You could call me John Wayne, but no chaps on. Poison Ivy Waddy, yeah, I'm trying to get my rash on. Broken glass, yeah, I'm trying to get my smash on. Sound like you in the dump, trying to get your trash on. Dub dot, I dot, double Z problem. If your man playing, no coming to me, stop him. My 40 cal chop him. Next to bricks, I cop him. Spaghetti boy, step up to that Mike Whitey sauce him.
Any MC going up against me automatically becomes deceased. I kill everything I touch like the Reaper. Running on the bus, just me, no us. Call it Jeepers Creepers. Hit the sleeping, let them permanently count sheep. Only bar 6, your whole team jumping shit. And like the bitch jump, stick to hit them everywhere. Homie, you don't be fuck with nigga, I ain't never care. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another body left on the floor, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another body left on the floor, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope.
I'm people workhorse quitting. Even my worst spitting's better than your most pre-rehearsed verse written. I'm on that old West shit, young and restless, no peace. Just my Glock and my necklace. I'm on that beat shit, official street shit. What that Mossberg do?
Knock him out their feet quick.
I ain't a cowboy, but I'm a real rider. I drop 4 cases cause I ain't a fair fighter.
Y'all don't really want me crazy. No, whether or not the shawty raised, but just with the hardest flames. It's cause probably why I got your mommy in the lobby lady, calling me Johnny Blaze. I'm like, nah lady, first name's R baby, but you can call me Johnny Cage. Cause when the shawty blaze, it'll be the all rap. Straight up on a combat, and trust me, you don't really want that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another body left on the floor, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another body left on the floor, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope, and I don't think he ever coming back. Nope.
Yeah, you know you loving this. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Banging threes like stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the Garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Pierce jersey got the kid looking mighty green. 17 banners and counting the mighty bean. I'm looking clean as I put the pedal to the metal. Got $1 million out of rapping, I won't settle. I need several. I gotta let them know this is what I does. Got the city on my leg, you know where I'm from. Dorchester, Hyde Park, Mattapan, Roxbury to Rosendale, let's get it in. We coming out hard, you should take a listen. Girls wanting sex, cause I gotta be up on my fitted. We at the top of the hub, boy, expensive shit. No Empire State, Prudential, bitch. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the Garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. No matter where we go, where we come from, will never leave us. It's about the music, I just do it, but I rock Adidas. See me leaning with the top back, hit up a Yankees game with my socks hat. Win or lose, the spirit never dies. Been through it all and I ain't never lost the pride. 2010, we walk around like who's cursed? City of the champs, I'm sorry, the truth hurts. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the Garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Leprechaun with the tilted cap. All green Chevy seat tilted back. We stuck up banks, have to tell her fill up the sack. This is my city, put it back on the map. Matter of fact, this is for the whole motherfucking state. So I'ma go hard in the motherfucking paint. If you rep your city and you standing in the crowd, put your threes to the clouds. Say it real loud, Boston. Yeah, you know what it is.
You know I love my city, man.
Yeah, you know what it is.
Skiz, country, Big G, Sam,
and when I'm at the Garden,
I see y'all
rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white.
CG,
the colors run deep.
I love my whole team.
Green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the Garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. White. Yeah, you know you loving it. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the Garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white. You know you loving this. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the Garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Pierce jersey got the kid looking mighty green. 17 banners and counting the mighty bean. I'm looking clean as I put the pedal to the metal. Got $1 million out of rapping, I won't settle. I need several. I gotta let them know this is what I does. Got the city on my leg, you know where I'm from. Dorchester, Hyde Park, Mattapan, Roxbury to Rosendale, let's get it in. We coming out hard, you should take a listen. Girls wanting sex, cause I gotta be up on my fitted. We at the top of the hub, boy, expensive shit. No Empire State, Prudential, bitch. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Don't matter where we go, where we come from, will never leave us. It's about the music, I just do it, but I rock Adidas. See me leaning with the top back, hit up a Yankees game with my socks hat. Win or lose, the spirit never dies. Been through it all and I ain't never lost the pride. 2010, we walk around like who's cursed? City of the champs, I'm sorry, the truth hurts. Yeah, how you know you loving it? Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Leprechaun with the tilted cap. All green Chevy seat tilted back. We stuck a banks, have to tell her fill up the sack. This is my city, put it back on the map. Matter of fact, this is for the whole motherfucking state. So I'ma go hard in the motherfucking paint. If you rep your city and you standing in the crowd, put your threes to the clouds. Say it real loud, Boston, yeah. You know what it is. You know I love my city, man. Yeah, you know what it is. Skiz, country, Big G, Sam. And when I'm at the garden, I see y'all rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. CG, the colors run deep. I love my whole team. Green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving it. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, I'm about to do my mistake. I'm not on that. Go away. Punch it out. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Still gonna whoop some ass. Yeah, you know you loving it. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me.
When the days are
Yo, yo, yo. We are live. Fido, stop it. Singe, you still there? You still alive? Well, at least you showed up. Who do we got here? Mr. Super Sidewinder. Dragon Sage. Drew Duncan. Yeah, B. Hendrix. Different Sage. Kim Ray. Me. Singerman. Me. Mojo. Mr. Super Sidewinder. Parkway, what's up? How you doing? Singeman, you're here. Dr. E.
Adrian!
Random fan.
Adrian!
Gary Corso.
That's my Rocky invitation. Rocky.
How you doing tonight, Singe? How was your day? Pretty good.
Feeling like Rocky.
Rocky Balboa. Rocky Balboa.
Oh my God, Adrian! Remember he's in the rain yelling for Adrian?
Yeah.
Who was played Olive Oil in Popeye? Okay, hey, what's going on? We're doing
You want to just get right?
I'll put some stuff in the private chat.
Well, let me see.
But you got stuff, so
I got so much shit, dude. Let me
you don't
see.
need my stuff.
Well, what do we try? All right.
Where's this? Andrew. Where is?
I'm not even
Rasta
sure.
Bear?
I'm not even sure where to begin.
Where's Olive? Where is it, buddy? Oh, there it is. Comments. We got Mr. Super Side Runner, Sue, our lovely Sue. Dragon Sage. Who knows that dragons are good?
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Don't believe
It's
the
a
hype.
lot.
Don't believe the hype with it. Evil
This
stuff.
is going to be a big job tonight. All right. Let's see what we
Yeah.
got. All right.
Hey, when dragons come down,
All right. What's
I'm
this?
gonna ride one.
All right. All right. So
You got stuff? I've
so
got stuff.
all
I'm
right.
ready
So
whenever you are.
all right. So what do you want to do? You want to start off with the tourist field? The toroidal field?
I thought you said tourist.
The tourist field?
The toroidal, I think it is.
Toroidal. The toroidal.
Toroidal. There you go.
All right. What's that?
I got some stuff I could not find. It's amazing. Okay. I know that they bury stuff, but I didn't think they bury this one.
Singeman, don't have it. Singeman, don't have an ulcer. I'll look it up.
Anything to do with truth, they bury. I mean, yeah, I know you can find stuff, but you used to be able to find more stuff.
Yeah, they try to mix.
Just 2 years ago.
They try to mix it in with the globe now a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
But it has nothing to do with the globe, really.
Just 2 years. Oh, exactly. They show the magnet stuff, all of the globe stuff. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. If you see, all right, if you see pictures of the globe, just ignore them.
Or freak out.
Well, yeah, freak out, run away, unsub the channel, and fucking go hide under a rock. All right.
Just don't watch any movies because they all start with a globe.
All right. Here we go. What is the toroidal field? So this is from the. Let's see if it'll show us. So this is from the body. It emanates out from the heart, from the middle, right? Singe, Buddhist monk over here. What do you think? Just walks away right when I'm going to talk to him. You see. Great job, Singe. Great job, Singe. You're doing great. All right. Here's another one. Interesting. Very interesting. Always coming from the center, but it's in everything. It's the Fibonacci sequence. All right, let's see what this looks good. Information, look. Whoa. Information, matter, vitality. Information flow through a toroidal field. So there's an information flow through a toroidal field that looks like an Etch-a-Sketch. Whatever they call that thing. Spin art, spin it, whatever they call it. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. So here you go. Up, there you go. So it comes from the pole, the North Pole, the center. Picture this as a flat Earth. All right. It comes out of the body. It's shaped like a heart. That's why Earth is heart. It's in all plants and trees. It's in everything where you look. Okay. If you want to see the math on it, go ahead. There's the math. Right, you can try to figure that out on your own. Well, let's see what else we got. No, not even gonna bother looking at that one. The magnetic field created by a toroid, a tokamak. So it's also like a tokamak. Okay. So the current is traveling around the toroid in a red wire in a counterclockwise direction, which this one is traveling through an Empyrean loop. The Empyrean loop shown is smaller than the dimension B. Basically, you could do this. You might be able to time travel. Okay.
So it sounds like Star Trek. Okay.
Time travelers. This is the information you've been looking for.
Well, Star Trek did show us the iPad and the Bluetooth way before they actually existed. So maybe they did show us time travel.
Too. Well, they're trying to tell you, but no one's been paying attention to any of these photos. Now it's downloading.
Pretty cool.
Shit. Toroidal field.
So is it like
field. So picture
use
this.
your mind to do
So
it, or do you need a machine?
Picture this is the flat. Picture this is the flat Earth, and this whole thing is the ether, and the flat Earth is in the middle, and this is the North Pole right here, and the top it's the Aurora Borealis is all the different colors.
Beautiful. That's a great representation.
That's
so now,
why.
Can you time travel with your mind, or do you need a machine? I think it's with just your mind and DMT or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Because when I look
to see the Aurora Borealis, you can see it with your bare eyes, dude.
Time travel. I'm talking.
All right, this was sent in by Sinjman's Buddhist monk grandmother, and she said that he's gonna explain all the writing and everything to you right now.
Yes. So therefore, this is where the energy chi comes from your body, and actually we are the living embodiment of the energy, and the symbolism.
Wait up, Sinjman. Make your fucking great grandmother Hindu Sinj fucking proud, all right?
You know what? It's great because my power is dying, so I have to change audio.
Oh, sorry for interrupting you. All right, go ahead, explain this.
No, my power is dying.
I don't give a shit. Figure it out. That's your problem. What the fuck?
Now I don't have to talk.
What can I do to fix your power problem?
See, now I don't have to do anything, right?
No, finish what you were saying. I just wanted to say, make your great grandmother, the Hindu, Buddhist woman, princess, lady, proud.
So I would plug this.
Hold on a sec. That's an official problem. We gotta call it up.
Wait.
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with, just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a constellation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comets. I know you want it, just leave another use of comet. NASA lost it. The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The blowies munching on a bunch of snuffle up because you think it's cute, then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat, why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best, that's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. It's fucking flat.
earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat.
Okay, how's that? Boom.
Go ahead, Buddhist Singe.
There we go.
We were having technical difficulties. All right, Singe.
Isn't it great? Yay.
Isn't it great? Yeah.
I'm an audio believer. Some people are auto believers. I'm an audio believer.
Singe man, just explain. Just explain the Buddhist picture from your Buddhist grandmother, right? Your great. Was it your grandmother or was it your great?
I was explaining that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because it goes like, I already said that's the energy chakra. We make up the energy. We are the energy, and the symbol.
There's a lot of symbols. There's a lot of different ones.
Right. Oh, that's true. It's another thing I've noticed. So there's the energy symbol, which is the yin, like yin and yang.
Yeah.
And then there's the oh dang it, I just forget the name. You know who's really good at remembering this stuff? It's Rasta Bear. He's so good at this stuff.
I sent. He might show up. He might show up.
Let's see if I got this one.
Oh no! He's out. Rasta Bear's at the Fish concert tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
You little whippersnappers have bands called Fish now. That's from my era. Okay, so I can't remember the name of it. I'm looking for the name of the
Energy
symbol.
Hold Yen and Jen Green.
I can't find the symbol I was looking for. I have it everywhere, and I used to know it like last week. Oh wait, maybe this will tell me if I remember the right. It is.
I think Andy fell asleep, dude. I think it's
okay. So I have forgotten the name of the symbol. Anyway, so yeah, it's not in the picture anyway. Oh yeah, it is. I think it's up on his right shoulder and left shoulder. But it's turned sideways or something. Anyway, yeah, those are some nice chinny symbols, and there's probably numbers in there. Hey, you should probably play that Tesla one I put on.
The first, to start
private
out
chat. That first one, it looked pretty interesting. If we don't like it, we'll take it off.
You think it's good to introduce this topic? You think it's the first video to play?
I don't. I think I could learn from it.
I'm trying to figure out which one to start out with because there's so much.
I think
which way to go. I mean,
sacred numbers keep popping up, and Tesla. They say Tesla said, "Study these numbers if you want to know the blah blah."
It's
blah,
3, 6.
blah, blah,
It's 3, 6, and 9. Right?
Yes.
I already know about that.
So,
all right, and it has to do with the toroidal field and all that.
I've been running across angel numbers. I just discovered. I was like, wait, what's 1387? Keeps popping up. Oh, an angel number.
All right, I'll give you the chance to see if it has to do with anything we're talking about.
Yeah, right. Take it off immediately, and then take my wrench away.
We often hear or read articles that tell us that string theory and M theorists in particular, is a branch of string theory, believe that our entire physical universe is a holographic projection. The reason they say it primarily
perfect, Singe,
is because they're unable to find within the physical world the information, the rules, the laws that govern how matter forms. And they
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is I'm posing the question tonight with all this information that we're going to show you. And we're going to ask the question at the end of the show. Could this realm, the sun, the moon, the stars, the sky, be put in like a clock, be a projection, just like a projector, coming from the center, which is the North Pole, which is the Taurus field?
And so, of course, our minds would have to be connected somehow. Because we are seeing it when our eyes work weirdly. We already know this. Just move back a little bit and hit play. Yeah, when he did it.
All right. I'm not saying it. I'm just asking the question. Don't shoot me. Shoot me if you want, but just don't.
come to the conclusion that that information must lie beyond the
Fido,
universe.
stop.
And so they posit that the hologram, the holographic information from which is projected, our holographic projection we call the universe, is residing in this other realm, in a two-dimensional realm of pure energy. What they don't say, and what the saints and sages of all religions add to that.
What did you make a painting of, Dragon Sage? You made a painting of the field? What?
Is that hologram is heaven. What many saints and sages and many near-death experiencers tell us is that in transcendent states of awareness or in these near-death experiences, they actually enter these realms that are pure, luminous, clear, bright prints, is the way one near-death experiencer described the heavens, in contrast to the imperfect, darker print that is the manifestation of the physical universe. And that they have seen the template, they have seen the information, they have seen the organized forms that are then projected into being in our physical universe. So heaven, as a real location that has real beings in it, because they live in it and populate it just as we do while we're on the earth.
If it's not being projected, is the energy that lights up the sky somehow coming from the center?
Actually provides that form, provides that information, provides that intelligence that creates the entire physical universe.
All right, so that's whatever. Take what you can and leave it. That's what it is. What it is.
No, that was awesome. Everything you said, I take it. Everything.
All right.
Now, that's where my all the people on DMT and what's that other one?
Oh, it's not playing. Sorry.
Ayahuasca and DMT. Now I realize it does take you to another realm or let you see another realm or whatever. I also think it's possible to experience something like that without taking a drug of any sort.
Yeah.
And ascending like a guru, or just maybe not overly fasting, maybe a little bit of fasting.
I know, and you've been working on that, new disco song, "Ascend Like a Guru," for fucking 3 weeks now. How much longer is it gonna take before you finish it?
Well, right now I'm only levitating, I think, that much. Once I levitate like that much, then I think it will be good. If we get it on video.
Well, I can't wait to hear Ascend the new disco classic Ascend Like a Guru by Singe Man coming soon.
It goes like disco here and disco there, and I'm ascending everywhere. And then you go, yeah, I love disco. It says flashing lights. You have your own personal Aurora Borealis.
All right.
The North Pole
Hold this
is the
together.
inherent geographical
If you
focal
dance.
point of all creation. It is the perfect center of the bullseye, the magnetic attractor of all the world's compasses, the originator of all the world's tides, and home to the only motionless star in the heavens, around which all the other stars, the sun and the moon, revolve. In ancient times, it was also claimed to be home to the tallest mountain and the tallest people on Earth. As recently as the 19th century, explorers like Olaf Jansen.
Did you hear him? The tallest mountain and the tallest people on Earth. On Earth!
Have continued telling so-called tall tales of meetings
Look
with
at that
races
building
of
up
giant
there.
human beings who live at the pole.
Look how
In
big
his
they
book,
are!
The Smoky God, Olaf Jansen claimed to have journeyed to the North Pole with his father in 1829, where they met and mingled 2 years with a race of 12-foot-tall giants who lived up to 800 years, spoke a language similar to Sanskrit.
What's up, Angela?
And inhabited
I bet they have some awesome
capital
buds.
city named
It's like this.
Eden. This particular
Right there.
story is
See, there's the buds.
Yeah, there's the buds, dude. They're growing, They're growing a lot of shit. But look, there's like who's in the tree right there? The snake. That's the snake. They eat the apple.
Aha! So the snake is bad.
The snake represents Satan, right?
most likely a piece of fiction,
Maybe.
but echoes a long-standing tradition of similar
snake was
claims
telling him the
that
truth.
the North Pole is or was once home to a paradisical Edenic abode.
No, what happened? You want to know what happened was before when Adam and Eve, the first two people were ever created, they were innocent. They didn't think about wearing clothes or having sex or anything dirty like that. They didn't see the world that way. Everything was just a utopia. And when this motherfucker came in and said, "Eat the apple from the tree of what? Truth, was it? Or something?" I forget which tree it was, but it was basically, I think it was like the tree of truth, right? Was it?
I don't know. It's basically like throwing.
Either way, whatever tree it was, they weren't supposed to eat it. That was the forbidden fruit. It wasn't even an apple. It used to be an apple. Now the apple was gone.
This is the story.
Mandela effect. The apple's no longer in the Bible. Now it's fruit. So either way, it shows them eating what looks like an apple here, and that's kind of like residue for me. But it could be any.
So that's
fruit.
just one story that we heard
but
and
then
was
after
forced
that,
down our throat.
Then after
that's the
that,
story that was forced on us.
Well, after that, supposedly they were told that like they could see, and they were like, "Oh my God, what's going on? We're naked," and like they started like throwing clothes on, and it's like that's why the world is the way it is now. What do you
Everybody
think
knows that story because that's.
All right, what's your story?
I don't have one. I'm just saying.
Do you have an? No, I'm saying you don't have an alternative story.
No, the same story, but a different angle. Of like the snake was just telling them what's up.
Yeah, trying to show them the truth, right?
And maybe he shouldn't have been. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
And maybe it wasn't a snake. You know, maybe it was because all the animals talk supposedly too. They still do. I talk to my dogs. He looks at me, and he looks at the door, and I'm like, "No, you can't go outside. JR will be right back in." And he looks at me and he's fucking talk to
Someone
spiders.
says
I talk to
pick is to
ants.
throw people off the trail. It was the act of sex. Should bear twins, one of Satan, one Adam. I don't know.
I'm just saying maybe there's another story.
We're not getting too biblical tonight,
Inhabited by races of
I know.
gigantic
I don't know.
and or
I know that I
miniature
don't know.
human beings. In
We'll get a little
Haman's
biblical. We'll get a little
1659
bit.
book, Cosmography, he states that on the north of Lapia and Biarmia, near the pole, lives a race of pygmies, the tallest of which are not above 4 feet high.
Pygmies.
Gerardus
I've
Mercator's
had it up to here with
1595 polar
pygmies.
map
Listen.
includes this island of pygmies.
Singeman, do you remember when you had that pygmy infestation, like on your land when you used to live in Colorado, and like we had to like get an exterminator, dude, and they set up pygmy traps for them, and like it was fucking crazy. They were catching what they catch like 55 of them, like 55 pig. 55.
Correct, but you don't want to call them pygmies to their face. They prefer to be called the other size.
Yeah. So what did they do with them? Like
Did they
what did they do with them, Singe? Did they like shush them away? Did they
They used them for that movie with that chocolate movie with chocolate.
Oh, pygmy chocolate love.
I think it was silly bonkers, and the chocolate infestations.
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Pygmies with a caption mentioning their tiny 4-foot stature. Johannes Ruij's 1508 world map also shows the many surrounding polar islands, claiming 2 of them inhabited, but without mentioning the alleged inhabitants' size or stature. In the book Gesta Hammerbergensis Ecclesiae Pontificum, Archbishop Adalbert's team of Frisian explorers told of encountering giant human beings living in caves and underground hollows during their 1035 polar expedition. In ancient Greek and Roman texts,
Yeah,
from Pindar,
totally would hang out
Herodotus,
with them. That'd be awesome.
Hesiod and Homer, to Virgil and Cicero, it was universally claimed that the North Pole was home to a race of giants called the
Hyperboreans. Hold on one second. Hold on, we gotta call it out while we see it. We gotta do it while we can. Where is it?
Yeah, I'd hang out with them and travel the lands very quickly. And tell them whatever skill I have, I would give them that they don't have. I don't know. It must be something small people can do for them.
Never find nothing in here.
We could like clean out the corners that they can't get to, and we get out the dust in areas that they can't get to.
You're funny.
Angela, baby. Hello, Angela.
All right, so let's go back to the Giants. Right back on track. Not getting off track.
I think it's loud.
Lived for over 1,000 years and enjoyed lives of perfect happiness. Hyperborea was allegedly bathed in 24-hour sunlight, with the sun only ever rising or setting once every year. Pliny the Elder wrote in his Natural History Book 4 that the farthest of all, which are known and spoke of, is Thule, in which there be no nights at all, as we have declared, about midsummer, namely when the sun passes through the sign Cancer, and contrariwise, no days in midwinter, and each of these times, they suppose, do last 6 months, all day or all night. For observers standing at the pole, the heavens would appear to have been created just for them. Their unique perspective places Polaris, the only motionless star in the sky, perfectly situated directly above them, with all the other visible stars rotating horizontal left-to-right paths 360 degrees around, all at an apparent equal distance away. The sun and moon also rotate horizontally around the polar observer, with the sun rising and setting only once per year, creating 6-month days and 6-month nights. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "If an observer is stationed at the North Pole, the first thing that will strike him is the motion of the celestial sphere above his head. Living in the temperate and tropical zone, we see all heavenly objects rise in the east and set in the west, some passing over our head, others traveling obliquely. But to the man at the pole, the heavenly dome above will seem to revolve around him, from left to right, somewhat like the motion of a hat or umbrella turned over one's head. The stars will not rise and set, but will move round and round in horizontal planes, turning like a potter's wheel, and starting on a second round when the first is finished, and so on. During the long night of 6 months, the sun, when he is above the horizon for 6 months, would also appear to revolve in the same way. The center of the celestial dome over the head of the observer will be the celestial North Pole, and naturally enough, his north will be overhead, while the invisible regions below the horizon would be in the south. For polar observers, the sun rises in the south, not the east, and circles horizontally around, rising ever so slightly in the sky, about a quarter degree per day. This creates an extended morning twilight with its brilliant colors, which instead of lasting for the usual 45 minutes, lasts around 45 days. Every year at the spring equinox, after a long winter night, dawn begins to break and the first traces of the sun creep above the horizon. By summer solstice, the sun reaches its highest point in the polar sky, around 23.5 degrees, and begins its slow, almost imperceptible descent. At the autumnal equinox, the last traces of the sun disappear beyond the horizon, and an extended evening twilight persists for a month and a half, after which the polar observer will not see sunlight again until spring. Thanks to abundant starlight, regular aurora borealis activity, and 2 weeks of moonlight per month, the long polar nights are not pitch black, but actually quite well lit and beautiful. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "We have stated that to an observer at the North Pole, there will be a night of 6 months, and one is likely to infer therefrom that there will be total darkness at the pole for one half the portion of the year. Indeed, one is likely to contemplate with horror the perils and difficulties of a long night of 6 months, during which not only the light, but the warmth of the sun has to be artificially supplied. As a matter of fact, such a supposition is found to be erroneous. First of all, there will be the electrical
Also,
discharges
yeah,
known as aurora borealis,
if this was
filling the
moving
polar
around
night
like
with their
this,
charming glories and relieving its darkness to a great extent. Then we have
it
the
would
moon,
cause a field.
which in her
There
monthly
would be a field
revolution
there.
will
Or
be
could be
above the
moving it.
polar horizon for a continuous fortnight, displaying her changing phases without intermission to the polar observer. But the chief cause, which alleviates the darkness of the polar night, is the twilight before the rising and after the setting of the sun. The dawn in the tropical or the temperate zone is but brief and evanescent, and it recurs after every 24 hours. But still it has formed the subject of poetical descriptions in different countries. If so, how much more the spectacle of a splendid long dawn after a darkness of 2 months would delight the heart of a polar observer, and how he will yearn for the first appearance of the light on the horizon. In all, a year at the pole sees approximately 6 months of continuous daylight, followed by a month and a half of evening twilight, then 3 months of relative darkness, ending in a month and a half long spring dawn. The exact number of days for each portion of the polar year is disputed among various authorities, however, which raises the question again as to whether or not modern man truly has attained the pole. If we have research bases and encampments built all over at and around the North Pole as claimed, why is there not a single video online or anywhere else showing a year-long continuous time-lapse of this world wonder? To see Polaris unmoving directly 90 degrees overhead while all the other stars rotate horizontally around, uninterrupted by sunlight, for months at a time,
I want to see it.
then to watch the first rays of the longest, most beautiful dawn lighting the horizon and revolving 360 degrees around without setting for many more months, would be an absolute spectacle to behold, worthy of an IMAX documentary, and a true wonder of the world. But somehow, no such video exists. Dr. William Warren wrote, "First of all appears low in the horizon of the night sky a scarcely visible flush of light. At first it only makes a few stars' light seem a trifle fainter, but after a little it is seen to be increasing and to be moving laterally along the yet dark horizon. 24 hours later it has made a complete circuit around the observer and is causing a larger number of stars to pale. Soon the widening light glows with the luster of orient pearl. Onward it moves in its stately rounds, until the pearly whiteness burns into ruddy rose light, fringed with purple and gold. Day after day, as we measure days, this splendid panorama circles on, and according as atmospheric conditions and clouds present more or less favorable conditions of reflection, kindles and fades, fades only to kindle next time, yet more brightly, as the still hidden sun comes nearer and nearer his point of emergence. At length, when for 2 long months such prophetic displays have been filling the whole heavens with these increscent and revolving splendors, the sun begins to emerge from his long retirement, and to display himself once more to human vision. After 1 or 2 circuits, during which his dazzling upper limb grows to a full-orbed disk, he clears all hilltops of the distant horizon, and for 6 full months circles around and around the world's great axis, in full view, suffering no night to fall upon his favored homeland at the pole. Even when at last he sinks again from view, he covers his retreat with a repetition of the deepening and fading splendors which filled his long dawning, as if in these pulses of more and more distant light he were signaling back to the forsaken world the promises and prophecies of an early return. You would think such a sight would be worthy of recording, yet somehow no one in history has ever bothered to do so. If we have truly attained the North Pole, and have permanent and semi-permanent structures with people stationed at and around there year-round, why in the flat world has no one ever recorded an annual time-lapse of this incredible occurrence? The polar 6-month day and 6-month night has been written about by diverse cultures throughout history, many insisting that their ancestors or gods were the original inhabitants. In the ancient Indian Vedas, the Day of the Gods and Night of the Gods were each 6 months in duration, and their gods lived atop Mount Meru at the North Pole. The Surya Siddhanta 1267 states that, at Meru, gods behold the sun after but a single rising during the half of his revolution, beginning with Aries. And the Institutes of Vishnu says, the
Singe,
southern progress of the sun is with them a
you
month,
go by those
and a
books,
year
right?
is with them a day and a night. In Norse mythology, it is claimed that before this present established order of the world, their sun rose in the south, which is what would have been experienced by their polar ancestors. In ancient Iranian mythology, Yima, the first man, and king of the Golden Age, lived in an Edenic abode called Vara, where the sun only rose and set once per year. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "A phenomenon like this cannot fail to be permanently impressed on the memory of a polar observer, and it will be found later on that the oldest traditions of the Aryan race have preserved the recollection of a period when its ancestors witnessed such wonderful phenomenon, a long and continuous dawn of several days, with its light laterally revolving on the horizon in their original home." The heavenly dome rotating perfectly horizontally overhead for polar observers is another unique peculiarity of polar astronomy found in ancient mythology. In Greek mythology, the gods rule from Mount Olympus, as the Iliad states, from the upper sky, the celestial dome in which the sun, moon, and stars wheel silently around the pole. In the Vedas, Indra supports the heavens as on a pole, and upholds heaven and earth, and turns the widest expanse, as the wheels of a chariot are held by the axle. An imaginary line from the North Pole to Polaris would appear perfectly vertical, and like a handle supporting the twirling umbrella of the heavens, or an axis supporting
I
the
almost
wheel
killed
of a
the
chariot.
baby rat today.
Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "If we combine
Got
the two
away, though.
statements,
It got
that
away.
the heavens are supported as on a pole, and that they move like a wheel, we may safely infer that the motion referred to is such a motion of the celestial hemisphere
Tried to hit it
as
with a
can be
rock.
witnessed only by an observer at the North Pole." In the Rig
A
Vedas
rock like this big.
12410, the constellation of Ursa Major, Riksha, is described as being placed high, and as this can refer only to the altitude of the constellation, it follows that it must then have been over the head of the observer, which is possible only in the circumpolar regions. In the Mahabharata, during Arjuna's visit to Mount Meru, chapters 163 and 164 of the Vena Parvan state that
No, I'm just
at Meru,
messing with
the
you,
sun
Angela.
and the moon go round from left to right every day, and so do all the stars. The day and the night are together equal to a year to the residents of that place. The ancient laws of Manu, 167, state, "A human year is a day and a night of the gods. Thus are the two divided, the northern passage of the sun is the day, and the southern the night." And the Taittiriya Brahmana says, "That which is a year is but a single day of the
Yeah.
gods."
Yeah, so listen
In
to
the collection of
the
ancient
elephant.
Zoroastrian texts known as the Avesta, the Aryan paradise, known as
Yeah.
Ariana Veho, is described as a blissful place where the sun
Beautiful.
only rose once per year
Wow.
and was destroyed by relentless snow and ice, forcing the inhabitants, Earth's original progenitors,
whoa,
to migrate southwards.
That's big right
This
there.
same idea that the first humans devolved from God or gods at the North Pole
It was a place
is
where
replete within ancient scriptures, and starkly contrasts modern mainstream claims that the first humans evolved from primates in Africa.
Look at that. So what he just said was huge. There's a spot on here that the sun only rose once a year and it was cold. Because we're gonna get into the Dark Ages.
Excellent books were written on this subject, one by Boston University president and professor Dr. William Warren, entitled Paradise Found, the Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole, and another by the renowned Indian teacher and activist Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak, entitled The Arctic Home in the Vedas. In both well-researched publications, Warren and Tilak present convincing arguments with abundant supporting evidence suggesting that our most ancient ancestors lived at the North Pole and spread outwards southwards from there, likely due to climate changes. Dr. William Warren wrote, "Our hypothesis calls for an antediluvian continent at the Arctic Pole. It is interesting to find that a writer upon the deluge, writing more than 40 years ago, advanced the same postulate. Is the supposition that there existed such a continent scientifically admissible? Until very recently, too little was known of the geology of the high latitudes to warrant or even to occasion the discussion of such a question. Even now, with all the contemporary interest in Arctic exploration, it is difficult to find any author who has distinctly propounded to himself and discussed the question as to the geologic age of the Arctic Ocean. It will not be strange, therefore, if we have here to content ourselves with showing, first, that geologists and paleontologists do not think the present distribution of Arctic sea and land to be the primeval one, and secondly, that in their opinion, incidentally expressed, a continent once existed within the Arctic Circle, of which at present only vestiges remain. Mr. Alfred Russel Wallace incidentally shows that the facts of Arctic paleontology call for the supposition of a primitive Eocene continent in the highest latitudes, a continent which no longer exists. His language is, "The rich and varied fauna which inhabited Europe at the dawn of the Tertiary period, as shown by the abundant remains of mammalia wherever suitable deposits of Eocene age have been discovered, proves that an extensive Palearctic continent then existed." Another most eminent authority in Arctic paleontology, the late Professor Heer of Zurich, fully 15 years ago arrived at and published the conclusion that the facts presented in the Arctic fossils plainly point to the existence in Miocene time of a no longer existing polar continent. On another and more lithological line of evidence, Baron Nordenskjold, the eminent Arctic explorer, has arrived at the same conclusion. Speaking of certain rock strata north of the 68th degree of north latitude, he says, "An extensive continent occupied this portion of the earth when these strata were deposited." Elsewhere he speaks of this ancient polar continent as something already accepted and universally understood among scientific men. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "It has been already stated that the beginnings of Aryan civilization must be supposed to date back several thousand years before the oldest Vedic period.
This is
And
almost
when the
over.
commencement of the post-glacial epoch is brought down to 8000 BC,
I'll let
it
him
is
finish
not
his
at all
story.
surprising if the date of primitive Aryan life is found to go back to it from 4500 BC,
We're talking about
the
the
age of the
Aryans.
oldest Vedic period. There are many passages in the Rig Veda which, though hitherto looked upon as obscure and unintelligible, do, when interpreted in the light of recent scientific researches, plainly disclose the polar attributes of the Vedic deities, or the traces of an ancient Arctic calendar, while the Avesta expressly tells us that the happy land of Ariana Vaho, or the Aryan paradise, was located in a region where the sun shone but once a year, and that it was destroyed by the invasion of snow and ice, which rendered its climate inclement and necessitated a migration southward. These are plain and simple statements, and when we put them side by side with what we know of the glacial and the post-glacial epoch from the latest geological researches, we cannot avoid the conclusion that the primitive Aryan home was both Arctic and interglacial. The discovery of the intimate relationship between Sanskrit and Zend, on the other hand, and the languages of the principal races of Europe, on the other, a complete revolution took place in the views commonly entertained of the ancient history of the world. It was perceived that the languages of the principal European nations, ancient and modern, bore a close resemblance to the languages spoken by the Brahmins of India and the followers of Zoroaster, and from this affinity of the
Since
Indo-Germanic
you
languages,
were always such
it
a
followed
follower of
inevitably that all
Zoroaster.
these languages
I
must be
couldn't
the
believe it.
offshoots or dialects of a single primitive tongue, and the assumption of such a primitive language further implied the existence of a primitive Aryan people. In 1786, Sir William Jones, a Supreme Court judge who could speak 30 languages, gave his third anniversary discourse to the Asiatic Society, where he declared that the similarities between Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, German, Celtic, and Persian languages could only be explained on the hypothesis that they all shared a common parentage.
Yes.
His contemporary, the German philosopher Hegel, compared the consequences of Jones' revelation to the discovery of a whole new
Hegel.
world, and his groundbreaking work on
Hegelian
this subject
dialectic.
established him as the founder of comparative linguistics. Jones wrote that the Sanskrit language, whatever be its antiquity, is of a wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, yet bearing to both of them a stronger affinity, both in the roots of verbs and the forms of grammar, than could possibly have been produced by accident. So strong indeed that no philologer would examine them all three without believing them to have sprung from some common source, which perhaps no longer exists. There is a similar reason, though not quite so forcible, for supposing that both the Gothic and the Celtic, though blended with a very different idiom, had the same origin with the Sanskrit.
They always try
and the
to
Old
blend me
Persian
with
might
different
be added
idioms
to the
too.
same family. Scholar and renowned linguist Charles Berlitz of Berlitz Language Schools spoke an amazing 32 languages, and just like Sir William Jones, his life's research in comparative linguistics led him to the inescapable conclusion that all the world's languages must trace back to a single lost ancient dialect. Berlitz actually wrote several books about Atlantis and believed
Nice.
the primary language of the human race originated there.
Maybe it did.
In my previous book, The Atlantean Conspiracy, I also included a large section on Atlantean etymology, showing how an inordinate number of words and prefixes from languages worldwide share the exact same or incredibly similar meanings and pronunciations, strongly suggesting a common ancient etymological ancestor. Researcher and author John G. Bennett also wrote a paper entitled The Hyperborean Origin of the Indo-European Culture, in which he argues that ancient languages were more advanced, have devolved into our current languages, and likely originally trace back to a lost polar civilization.
He argues
This
that.
idea has also been promoted
I've
by
seen him arguing it.
esotericists like Helena Blavatsky, Rene Guénon, and Julia Sivola, who all shared a belief in the Hyperborean polar origins of mankind. According to them, during a golden age, humanity solidified into this material realm and has since undergone devolution. Rather than evolving from apes, they insist humanity has progressively devolved into an ape-like condition. Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak wrote, "It is admitted that many of the present explanations of these traditions and legends are unsatisfactory, and as our knowledge of the ancient man is increased, or becomes more definite, by new discoveries in archaeology, geology, or anthropology, these explanations will have to be revised from time to time, and any defects..."
Hey, Singe Man, you still there? You still there? You there? I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? All right, whatever. He looks like he's there, but I can't hear a word he's saying.
in them due to our imperfect...
I think you're muted.
perfect understanding of the sentiments, the habits, and even the surroundings of the ancient man corrected. That human races have preserved their ancient traditions is undoubted, though some or many of them may have become distorted in course of time, and it is for us to see if they do or do not accord with what we know of the ancient man from latest scientific researches. In the case of the Vedic traditions, myths, and beliefs, we have the further advantage that they were collected thousands of years ago and handed down unchanged from that remote time. It is, therefore, not unlikely that we may find traces of the primeval polar home in these oldest books. If the Aryan man did live within the Arctic Circle in early times, especially as a portion of the Rig Veda is still admittedly unintelligible on any of the existing methods of interpretation, although the words and expressions are plain and simple in many places, Dr. Warren has quoted some Vedic traditions along with those of other nations in support of his theory that the Arctic regions were the birthplace of the human race.
The birthplace was the human race. All right. All right. So that's done with that. The Arctic regions could be the birthplace of the human race. Okay. Now we're getting to. Let me see. Oh yeah, we were looking at this picture. Hold on, let me get back to that. Let's get back to some more pictures of the Taurus field real quick. The toroidal field. We don't need that. All right. You don't need that. Extra tabs. Get rid of them. All right. We saw that one. All right. Here you go. Here's some examples. Oh, that one moves. That's too cool for school. That one is too cool for school. Doesn't can't work. It only moves on the small screen. Small screen mover. Whoa. See that? Whoa. It's like a fucking sparkler. All right. I'm trying to get down and hit a joint at the same time. Crazy. Here you go. Toroidal magnetic field. So this is the toroidal field that we're talking about. It's in everything. All right. It's different chakras, different levels. It's energy.
So I remember that symbol. It is the symbol. AUM.
Oh, okay.
Mantra. Or OM.
Can you do one? Can you show us? Can you demonstrate for us a mantra? An
Yeah. Well, yeah. Hold on in a minute. No, it's not that. It's the symbol.
No, can you? I'm asking you.
No.
No. All right.
Not a proper one. Actually, yes, I can. Actually, yeah, I do know too.
All right, do it.
I just remembered.
All right, I'll do it with you. What do you do? Explain it.
Oh, okay. You want to do it? Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. Buddha.
Rapidly. This actually too is a symbol too. This is the Hamsa. This is like good luck symbol and has other things. Okay. But okay, right below your belly button.
Yeah.
Is the dantian. There's 3 dantians.
Right below my belly button is where my nuts is.
No, between that and your belly button. That little tender area.
I guess so.
Right there. Okay. So your pineal gland is 1. your center of your chest, your heart chakra. It's 2, and then this is your third chakra, called. Anyway, has to do with digestion, and I forget the actual name of it. Okay, so your third chakra, lower dantian. So your lower dantian, massage it like this, and you say, Dantian Gundong Huyan Chu.
Yeah.
And you got it. And you have to. Dantian Gundong Huyan Chu. Dantian Gundong Huyan Chu. Dantian Gundong Huyan Chu. I'm doing the song wrong. It's a song. It has a rhythm to it. Doing it wrong. Anyway, you keep massaging, and as you do that, those words mean thanking spiritual teachers from the past, present, future. Basically, it's just, I don't know the whole actual translation, but it's basically thanking existence itself, God, Creator.
All right. That's too much of a problem.
And
Yep.
you just go through it, and it's a meditation thing. The other one is,
all right.
There's another one. I can't remember it, but it's similar to that.
All right.
So you asked me to do it, but hey, wait, the other one is.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other one is about love, and I think it's a Hindi one actually. I don't know, can't remember it. I have to look it up now. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I'll look it up really quick too. Ha ha ha. Where? Dan Tien Gon Dong. Hoi. I'm even saying it wrong.
What was this? Hold on.
You gotta sing it right and say it right.
Email that claims to be.
Then you
did I already play this?
Think right. But I'm not really into that stuff. I'm more into just doing exercises and stretching, and concentrating on inner growth. But I do know about it. Here we go. Do it correctly.
All right. This is sacred geometry. All right, hold on. I gotta add my.
Are you watching
music.
that one?
Yeah. We'll get it out of the way. Hold on. It's only 3 minutes on. All right, we'll do it.
That one looks interesting too. Wow, what's from that one? I love it because it's art.
Hold on, watch this.
Real. Okay, now I'm gonna get it right. It's a very joyful thing. So the Dantian is your one of the 3 chakras. There's more than that. There's 7 chakras, but these are the 3 energy chakras.
I think I missed it. Hold on.
And Master Z is the one you want to watch. ZHI.
What, you put it in the thing?
No, I was telling chat. Check out Master Z. ZHI. It's a joyful being teaching you about joyful things. It's great.
There it is.
To heal yourself with yourself. And I am just beginning to study the past couple years. Oops. I'll put it in the chat. Hey. What's the meaning of the Om symbol? See, all this stuff comes up when you look up Torah Feel. Doctor the Master Shah. No, Z. Do I lose connection? What's going on? I hear nothing. Oh shoot! Is it me? I can never tell if it's me or you. I don't hear anything. So it could be me. Could be you. I don't know. Okay, hey.
No, you're right. You're right.
I
You're
don't hear
right.
anything.
I know.
You're right. You're right.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. It should have worked. Hold on. StreamYard busted my chops. All right. Redo.
Cash on a Friday, it's payday. Motherfuckers don't wanna pay rate. Fuck around and lay your ass out with the AK. I love the way it's phrased. It's A-okay, but then I'm pray. Chill, man, you don't even own a gun. I'm just having a little homeless fun, but I'm not the homeless one. I need to get back to the lab, back to the booth. I know it makes you mad, but motherfucker, it's the truth. I'll go and knock it out like a jab to the tooth. I'll stab you on the roof, waiting for the train in the rain. I think I'm going insane. It's a service, but it never came. I think the T is playing games.
Every day's just the same shit, different tone. Call it what you wanna call it. Some people getting crawling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap. Watching my back, watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Yo, when I'm in the crosswalk, stop us like my hot cock. 4 cups just got the top blown off in a Seattle coffee shop. And my bills, I fucking cough drops. I'm ready to speak about my crazy plan. You know the one when I never raised my hand. At the meetings I went to in Native in Framingham, you'll hit it cause raise the man. I was on drugs when I made it, man. I get the small like a grain of sand. All it was that I wanted to make a band of nasty rap artists, and I made it, man. Real, recognized, real was my crazy plan.
Look.
Every day's just the same shit.
Tetrahedron.
Call it what you wanna call it. Some people getting crawling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap. Watching my back. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Hit it for your jaw, here we are, did it. Did it, did it, did it, did it, did it, hit it for your jaw, here we are, did it, did it, hit it for your, hit it for your, hit it for your jaw, here we are, did it.
Nice.
It's pretty cool,
How
yeah.
come no one's in chat?
I don't know what they're saying. It's in a different language. I should have just let it play, huh? But yeah, so it's basically showing like different, chakras and the toroidal field, Also, what? The toroidal field is what creates the Fibonacci sequence too, right? Is it? Am I wrong about that? Well, let's show you something.
Yeah, solid numbers come into play because this is basically the matrix of sorts. Okay, I gotta turn things. Yeah, I'm having very technical difficulties, and it's getting late. I'm gonna try it.
All right. What are you saying? You're taking off? I still got a lot to cover. All right. All right. Let me see. All right. I need a 2-minute break anyway, but let me see.
Oh, he's fucked up, dude. Fuck.
Don't wanna tangle, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the table, yeah. Tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up. B.I. Don't wanna tangle, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the table, yeah. And tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up. B.I.
Boss till paper boy, getting that Keela money. They got for on blast, fuck around and Keela cut them. Peanut butter like butter leather bucket seats, vanilla polo fitted to match. I'm a fucking beast, last ski in the 6-speed. And you screaming fuck the police, baby, I'm from uptown. Never was a hustle with peeping. Every day I'm getting lifted. 100 blunts in my lungs, 100 proof in my system. 2 girls, 1 vicious. That's just how I'm living. Getting 4 faces by 2 Gemini bitches. Onslaught of gutters, we stunting and something tinted. I had Maserati dreams, now we winning. Yeah. Ask around, them fellas do a big. My girl switch wigs when I wanna fuck a different bitch. Foreign coupe, no roof, local potent in the bliss. Money stacks make the sailor look lower than it is. And
don't wanna tangle, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. Tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up. B.I. Don't wanna tangle, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. And tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up. B.I.
That Rico case getting harder to fight. Big face, more bottles, Bellagio lights. Pitting my re-up on the table, that's just part of the life. Devil regalado sideways like it's sliding on ice. Motherfucker, how you living? You ain't back of the line. We just cut away, we stunting, just embarrass you guys. Pockets thicker than the dials in the passenger side. She tend to suck me when I drive, so don't ask for a ride. Yeah, 5th gear, tearing for city and bad. I get it. You know I live it. Word of Jesus is dead. I was young and wild once, and I'm a fiend in my past. A rock leech, I'm a beast. Every day is my last. Princess cuffs on my neck, chest looking like glass. You was hating me then, you should look at me now. I'm talking yellow bottles, yellow models, cuss by the pound. 23 in the boss, and bitch, I'm putting it down.
Tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. And tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up, bitch. Don't wanna tangle, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. Tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up. B.I. Don't wanna tangle, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. And tell them rookies get they guap up. You on the wall, you better squad up. B.I.
So, the Fibonacci sequence shows up in nature everywhere. And it's like in the seashells, and I'll show you. And it's like a natural thing on the plane where like everything seems to have the shape of the toroidal field in it if you look close enough. Let's see.
Hey, yep, my mic's moving. I can't hear anything, but I can see my mic moving there. Boom, boom, boom.
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before.
Hey, McFly. Hey, McFly. So it goes like this.
Fractals, Fibonacci sequence, the golden
I have peanut butter in
ratio.
my throat. And I cannot hear Ray.
You can't hear me now? Well, I can hear you.
I cannot hear Ray.
Well, that's your problem because I can hear you.
It's probably just me, huh?
Yeah, it's you. I can hear me because everyone else hear me. Jesus. So, like, look, you see what I'm saying? Like, look. It's the toroidal. It's the field. The toroidal field that creates this. That's fake. This is fake. That's CGI. The rest of these might be real, but they're just examples. They just see how they throw the real shit in there with the fake shit and try to like freak you out. Look, Fibonacci sequence, toroidal field created by the this is proof that the toroidal field is real.
There you go.
This is proof that the toroidal field is real because it happens in nature, naturally. We don't do it. Which is also kind of proof that the ether exists too. If you really want to get into it, that's fake. In the corner, the galaxy thing is fake. That's what's going on here. It's the same thing. You see it? I just wanted people. I'm just pointing it out because we're gonna get a little bit deeper into this. See, so like the Earth might have some sort of field, energy field around it, like this, emanating from the center and
Yeah.
like a donut.
Oh yeah. So okay, I got something on that.
So donut Earth. Look, seashells. Like I was saying.
So that is the AUM.
You see this seashell right here, Singe? Do you got seashells like that around your way?
No, I don't have any.
I went down to Dominican Republic, and they had them. I grabbed one from a shell, just like that.
Let's see. Dang it! I lost my stream. We were there. Just I have one like that from Myrtle Beach.
Oh, you did? So you found one like that? So you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I found a lot of Myrtle Beach.
Oh, they have them all over the place at Myrtle Beach?
If you start looking, if you're just walking without looking, you won't see it. But I look at nature. I look down and around.
Yeah. Do you ever want to go back to Myrtle Beach? How you doing, Forever Love?
Yeah, I'm moving back there this summer permanently. So watch out. Here I come.
You had such a great time. Great stay. Amazing. Look, it's even in your fingerprints, people. Okay? We're not fucking around with this shit. It's the golden ratio. All right. I beat that in the head. Oh, no, I don't want to cut that out. Okay. All right. What is this music I hear? What are you listening to? What is
that? Isn't their voice beautiful? Hold
no,
on,
but
I'll turn down.
is it gonna get me a copyright? Is it gonna kill me?
No, I didn't know. No, it's on video games.
Jesus. All right, so I have a whole bunch of stuff. Let's bring it all up. We'll leave that there. Get rid of that. Okay, let's see. I got that. Did I already look at this? Hold on, guys. Yep. Start the second one.
I don't even have the game, but I downloaded the music. Because her voice is so friggin' awesome. So Taurus energy and the power of the heart.
This is the link you gave me.
Normal life. My friend is always hit by lightning,
heart.
and
You
that
know your
happened.
heart is more
The
than
neighbor
pump?
didn't touch the ground wire to the boiler. Another mate has sparks
This guy, free energy from ground wire. This is what you sent me, Sinj.
from his heating system, and I'm going to show you how to collect this free energy. I'm going to use this energy for additional light or just to charge my smartphone. First thing we need is a very thick wire. Then connect it to a reliable grounding. And I'm going to use a simple water pipe. I'm sorry it looks very bad. Let's see. I'm going to try to set the wire here.
Don't try to save the wife. Don't ever try to save the wife.
Another end will be connected to the ground wire of the electric net. First, I plug in the fork. It has some voltage right now, I need to be careful. Then I find out where's the phase wire using a tool. And it is obvious that this one is the phase wire. I plug it out and remember what is the phase wire. Then I insulate the phase wire to protect myself from electricity. We don't need that.
Don't try this at home.
Now there will appear some voltage potential between these wires. Let's measure it up. It's 2.8 volts. That will be enough to spark a LED light. Not bad so far. It doesn't hurt me. It is working well.
I guarantee you this guy could get your whole house running on free energy and fix the Antiquitech.
Well, but I think the camera can show it. Oh, that's very interesting. It isn't seen now, but now it's visible. Such a weird effect. The potential difference is caused by the phase difference in the electric network. And that's okay. Usually this energy goes to the ground wire. But we can also use it in another way. To make this energy more effective, we need to use a simple transformer. You can find one in almost any electric device.
This is actually one of the new Russian guys that we hired from Russia. We brought him over from the agency. They wanted to defect from Russia, so we took them in through Suzanne. She figured it out somehow. It's some sort of Russian exchange program, but we had to send 2 of our agents over to Russia. But we haven't heard back from them yet.
For example, in this little balalaika. Let's open it up. Carefully. There it is. This one is ready to use. This transformer was used to decrease the net voltage for the recorder, but
This guy's name was Skinovsky. And Sinjman used to know him too. We used to see him in the. He was kind of new. He kind of kept to himself, and he used to sit in the.
As you can see, he was the bomb maker.
Obviously, I don't know what he was up to, but he used to kind of just keep to himself. He kind of had an accent, and he was like Skinovsky. He was very Skinovsky, you know. So that they called, I don't know, Skinovsky with a V, but I don't know. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it again. But yeah, he doesn't like it when you call him Skinovsky. He likes he prefers Skinovsky. And one day we got
the other one's feminine, and the other one's masculine.
And one day, me and Sinj was sitting there at the lunch table, and he was kind of like this guy was kind of sitting in the corner, in the corner, and Sinj Man was making himself a nice microwave veggie burger, and it was all good. I was eating a bag of chips. I was kind of
microwave ever.
I remember I was kind of broke that day. I only had.
I haven't used a microwave in 10 years.
I only had 50 cents in my pocket. That 50 cents that I had left in my pocket, so I bought myself a bag of chips. I bought myself a bag of chips, and I was sitting there, and Sinj was eating a microwave veggie burger, and this guy Skinovsky was sitting there, It was kind of like a little strange. Yeah, it was a little strange.
We're gonna use it with the opposite purpose. I mean, it will get the low voltage, and this little thing will increase it to 220 volts. Let's try it out. It's a ground wire. Oh, no, it's zero wire. And the other wire is a ground wire itself. Carefully, the voltage is getting bigger, and I have to be very careful not to catch a lightning.
Yeah, you better be careful.
Let's see how it's working now. Let's measure it. The input is 2.8 volts. It's very low.
Singe man, you need to invest in better internet somehow.
Let's see what's got into the output. 64, 66 volts. That isn't 220 volts. Nevertheless, we can still use it for something. Let's see if this energy is enough to charge a smartphone. Well, no, it is not enough still. I was measuring everything.
Listen, Cash App Singe man, so that he can get a better internet.
And find out that the pipe doesn't have a normal contact. I'm going to clean it up and make it better, because it's the reason of the voltage drop. I think it will be better to connect it right here. We can check it out right now. So what do we have here? It's 199 volts, it's 200, almost 220. We have even connected a plug to it. Let's plug the fork in. Here we go, the charging doesn't.
One day I invited this guy over to my house, and like he tried to do all this shit, and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" I threw him the fuck out.
Happens still.
That was the last I've ever seen of him.
It's interrupted when starting. The losses reach 60 volts. Let's try out this little monster. That was a sound transformer from the ancient lamp recorder. It looks fatter anyway. That one was too small, it may be just 1 watt or something. And this one can stand 10 watts or even more. There are some sparks, good. That's awesome. I wonder what voltage we'll get from it. It is 233, it isn't a joke, right? Let's try to charge a smartphone. Can this fatty transformer do it? Or not? I'm connecting it. 220 volts isn't a laughing matter. Yeah, it's working and no breaks. I see 79% charge and the charging goes. That's cool, let's try to plug a lamp here. Aha, the charging stopped. We have got this awesome corn lamp. It appeared in some of our videos previously. And the contacts of this lamp feed the transformer just perfectly. Let's try. There was a spark. It shines brightly, but the light isn't stable. What's wrong with you, really? This sparkling...
Don't electrocute yourself again, Skidovsky.
Just nasty. It eats my eyes, really. Let's try something else. I found this old lamp. Let's see. It is more powerful, though. It is 32 watts. Oh my. But it's very different. Let's see what we've got. Failure. Oh, it's working. Look. It didn't light up at once, though it burns brighter and brighter. That's free Earth energy. And it's enough to light up this cool lamp. It isn't 100% bright, but it's working. The most fancy thing is that the energy doesn't disappear if the electricity is turned off. This free energy is very convenient to use as a bedside lamp. The only drawback of these wonderful voltages is that this voltage isn't stable and can change during the day. This lamp was shining bright just...
Alright, Skidovsky. Alright. 1, 2. What's this? Alright, what's this? Look at that. Can you see it? Am I sharing it? No. Alright. It's also connected to the flat Earth asterisk. You see, that's the flat Earth asterisk. And it's also the atmospheric block theorems of hyperbolic lattices. Right? You see? Pascal's triangle. the same fucking thing. I don't know. We might be getting too out of control now. All right. All right, so I covered that. Moving right along. Running out of time. Oh, no, it's still there. It's still there. Let's see, anything else cool? No. All right, get out of here. Beat it. Beat it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Facebook. I'm not logging in. Resident Science Foundation. Theories of every actually, no, that's bullshit. All right, no good. That wasn't what I found anyway. That was a different one. Toroidal field from the Physics Britannica, the encyclopedia. Rotation axis creating a large toroidal field lying in planes perpendicular to the... so they're saying it has to do with the rotation of the Earth, but it's not. Since the conductivity is not perfect, the toroidal loop may diffuse through the fluid, disconnecting itself from the original... Whatever. At least they're admitting it exists. A tokamak is a toroidal magnet confidence system in which the plasma is kept stable. So that's what I'm trying to say. So if the sky was plasma, which it could be, then it could be projecting the sun, moon, and stars and all that, almost like a TV screen kind of, but not a literal TV screen. Oh, you guys can't see it. I wasn't even sharing. What happened to... Get back in here. What the fuck? Are you up?
Yes. Now, okay. Now that I've said not a real TV screen, right? However, I got thinking about it, and maybe I was completely wrong.
Look, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Not like our glass, but
look, that's what I was trying to explain. This is what I've been trying to explain to you all day.
Like you can tell, or is it
look, all right.
It's confusing, man.
Creating a large toroidal field lying in planes perpendicular to the rotation axis. So first of all, it says rotation axis, which is probably the globe axis, right? Who knows? Creating a large toroidal field, one lying in planes. So it's a field of planes perpendicular. So they're all side by side planes to their rotation axis. Since the conductivity is not perfect, the toroidal loop may diffuse through the fluid, disconnecting itself from the original poloidal field. This process is called the omega effect. They used to call me the omega effect back in high school. A tokamak is a toroidal magnetic confinement system in which the plasma is kept stable both by an external generated donut-shaped magnetic field and by electric currents flowing within the plasma. Since the late 1960s, the tokamak has been the major focus of magnetic fusion research worldwide. So it's magnetic fusion, has two components: the fusion reactor, a toroidal component, so it makes fusion reactors, magnetic fields, a vector field in the neighborhood of a magnet or electric current, or change in electric field in which magnetic force is observable. So it's like magnetic fields exist, you see? They're real. They can use it for power. They can use magnets for power. I'm not going to read this whole fucking thing. Magnetic field strength. The Lorentz force. And then it gets into more Earth. Yeah. Here it is. Earth's magnetic pole. It's funny how it shows a flat disk on here. Map of Earth's northern polar region marking known North Pole. This is a map from 1900 in the encyclopedia. Pretty good. And it's got all this. And it tells you what it is over here. Topology of Earth's magnetic field during the expansion phase of magnetosphere, whatever. Yeah, that's a globe, but whatever. It's not. It's flat like that. All right, let's go. All right, let's see what's next. Check this out. Oh. Oh, you can't see it. Can't see it. All right. Sorry, guys. My new way of streaming is weird.
Hi, welcome to this channel on magnetic energy, technology, principles, applications. This video is about magnetic energy and the toroidal dynamics, toroidal field dynamics, and as I like to incorrectly call it, toroidal. I just think that sounds better. So this is highly unconventional information, and there are some parallels to the classic model with this magnetic energy, magnetic etheric model of the universe. And I mean, you could say part of it is if you think of like protons, neutrons, and electrons, and you have a neutral charge and then a positive, negative charge, we kind of have those same manifestations of charge, if you will. But some of the differences are we are always working with an open system. So any charges, if you want to call them that, are due to the inflow and outflow of energy. They're due to vortices. They're due to compression of the energy into a molecular structure system or an energetic structure system. So and then as well, the neutral, I know there's a lot of like debate about neutrons and gosh, neutrinos and neutral type of energies around the universe and how bombarded we are and how neutrons are, so dangerous, and there's so much controversy about neutrons. But
I know, Singe.
The thing is,
Singe, you remember that big fucking argument we got over on neutrons the other day? Man, I'm sorry I was talking shit about your mom. If I felt bad. But I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. You must be muted or something. I don't know.
Is with the neutral energy, and I'll just call it neutral energy, and you can put all those other labels on it. In this model, it's the predominant energy of the universe, and that's partly because, like Tesla used to say, the ether, if you want to call it that, or the magnetic energy that we're all swimming in at all times, we're all in it, is neutral by nature. And so because of that, it makes this whole universe predominantly neutral, and then the manifestations that we see like in the physical world and all that have these
neutral, flat, and level,
polarized, if you want to, or charged signatures that create like the molecular structures that then manifest as what we see as matter in everyday life. Now so if you want to look at, just in case you're not familiar with, this is just a picture of a torus, but I'm really talking about toroidal fields. But you get the idea, though, of the donut and the energy.
The donut and the energy field. You get the idea.
Flowing in and out of it. And you can kind of see the vortice of energy going in and then out of that. Now, this particular...
Welcome, Scott. You're late. We've been getting into all that. We're getting into all that.
Image would not, this would be like a theory.
Scott, I sent you the link too, by the way. I texted it to you.
Theoretical image. So like this wouldn't necessarily exist in nature. In the magnetic model, we would say like this is almost like perfectly neutral. So like the inflow and outflow equal each other, and then that produces what we would call a neutral manifestation of a toroidal field. And these types of like neutral fields exist everywhere from a deep a subatomic level all the way up to really galactic and even a universal level. In this model, this would be the basic shape of the universe that we live in. And so the reason I would say that this is only theoretical is because as far as...
It's like in this model, this would be the shape. You know what I mean? Like I think he knows.
As we know, and as far as we've been told, there's never really, at least in our knowable universe, a 100% neutral manifestation of anything. And so there would be all
Singe, why don't you just turn up your mic and talk?
kinds of energetic signatures, resonant signatures, elemental signatures, things that are influencing that. So let's talk just for a second about some of the dynamics of the toroidal field, like in this magnetic model. Now, so the inflow and outflow, like monitoring that and basically the volume of that energy is really critical. The pulse rate of the toroidal field, or the toroidal field, is really critical because the pulse rate can determine so much of what it's doing, like what elements it's interacting in, where it's moving to, like how it's, like what's happening with the dynamics of it. Of course, the elemental or energetic or resonant signatures, if you want to call it, would be embedded throughout the structure of this. Now, this would be an inflow, outflow of energy and a counter rotating. So,
all right, we just went over that. All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Yes, I'm not making changes. Fuck you, site's making changes. All right, one. Let's see. We had him. What's this one? How long is this? Yeah, we can handle this. All right.
Can about the North Pole and how to survive up there, and found this book. It's 30 Years in the Golden North. It's written by Jan Welzel. And Jan Welzel spent 30 years up near the North Pole in the early 1900s or 1800s, because this book was published in 1932. Born in 1868, died in 1948, and he was even an Eskimo chief. But based on his conversations with some of these guys, they got it into a book, and that's called 30 Years in the Golden North. But he also had a bunch of other texts, and he did various lectures and told about his time at the up at the North Pole. Here's a picture of him. So he definitely existed, although for a long time his people even doubted that he was a real man. But an interesting book here, 30 Years in the Golden North. I haven't read the entire thing. Take note of the obvious square and compass symbolism right here from the publishing company. But 30 Years in the Golden North, but a lot of interesting information about the far north, Siberia, and Eskimos. He, of course, crossed over the Bering Strait into the Inuits area. And this one is a small tale from the far, far north. And it's about this guy's travels. No one knows for sure whether the hero of this book really existed, but I believe he did. His name was Jan Welzel, and he was the folk hero in my native Czechoslovakia. When I was growing up, his tales and breathtaking Arctic journeys inspired me and countless others to dream of similar adventures. He traveled without a map, adjusting his route according to information he picked up along the way. And when he reached a river, if there was no bridge, he would build a raft to get him and his horse across. When he got closer to the polar region, he traded his horse for reindeer and a sled. Like Robinson Crusoe, he met every obstacle and problem with a solution, and after 3 long winters, he reached the Bering Sea and St. Lawrence Island. Here is a...
One day we'll get a reindeer and a sled, Singe. Put that up. Tell Suzanne to put that on the list.
Fragment of Jan Welzel's story. Is it a tall tale? I have my doubts. Let's see what it says. Oh, misery, there must be a better life than this. I'm going to find it. So Jan Welzel, as a boy, is not happy with society, and he's taking off to the North Pole. I can sure relate to that. I've bought a horse and a cart, tools and hunting gear, food and provisions, and I am heading for the far north. Once again, this is exactly what I've just finished, except I don't have a horse. I have a sled. But here he is leaving from his area here and following the path to the northeast up into Siberia. and quite a cool book. I thought at first there was a cipher up here, but it's his inventory of everything he took with him. So he brought 1 cart and 2 axes, and he's got 1 shovel, all these different items cataloged. And looks like he's gone past Babylon, and he is in the area of the Tartarians, more or less, and getting closer and closer to the Bering Strait, which is right here. And then, of course, up into the Arctic and the North Pole. I'm heading for the far north. And he had to trade his dear horse for a reindeer and a sled, and it was a tearful goodbye. And this one, you know, all kinds of small, intricate details and drawings explaining some of the events of the story as he finds a cave and makes a good home. And he might have gone too far north because he expected to find Eskimos here, but haven't seen another living soul, and he's very much alone. One day while checking my traps, I see a strange glow on the horizon, and I think I found gold, so I go eagerly towards it. And all of a sudden, I'm flying, and I end up stuck to the mountain with my sled, my traps, and all my belongings. Only now do I remember the stories about the magnetic stone, said to be some sort of a meteorite. You have to heat it with a bonfire to break its magnetic power, but I am alone, hanging head down under my traps and gun, getting colder and colder. A great drowsiness comes over me, and the Eskimos rescue him. They come pull him off of the magnetic rock and get him down into the cave where the shaman is at. And the Eskimos surround me with a trusting friendliness. I've never met such a kind people as the Inuit. And they're teaching me everything they know, and I'm learning how to live in the harsh climate. And wouldn't you know it, but
The Eskimos.
here comes
took 'em in.
the gold rush and the people looking for gold. I've seen that the Eskimos live in harmony with their surroundings, but I fear for them, for they are very trusting of strangers, and the strangers are coming with their guns and going to cause some problems. So he says, what can I do to leave my friends in peace? The glowing golden mountain. I shall show them the way. And they think it's gold, so off they go. Jan Wessel stayed in the Arctic for 30 years, traveling throughout Alaska, northern Canada, and Siberia. At some point, Wessel and his friends, including the Eskimos or the Inuit, started a trading company. Though I could not fully comprehend when I was young the Arctic world his books described, I could well imagine it and never doubted for a minute all of the adventures took place. And this being one of them, that Jan, the Eskimo Wessel, who spent 30 years north of the North Pole, said that he found the magnetic mountain near the North Pole. And his gravestone is in Dawson in the Yukon Territory, bearing the name Jan Wessel on the date of his death in 1951. He was born on August 15th, 1868. And that is the very quick summary of Jan, the Eskimo Wessel's story. Definitely a real man, but whether or not he found the magnetic mountain of the North, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Gut is a mess.
Oh
All
no.
the probiotic we're taking is half dead.
Whoa. What happened with that? That's weird. Hold on now. I can get to stop. All right. All right, I'll save this one for now. That one looks good too. Okay. But I have more. All right, how do I get back to where I'm supposed to be at? Over here now? Wow, it switched up on me. All right. Let me get a whole bunch of them up in a row. Give me a second.
More and more.
Non-fiction still the real hip-hop. The CIA still wanna kill me. They wanna drag me in the courtroom and find me guilty because I reign and
blood. I'm the master of puppets that's pulling your strings, and my brain is bugged. You chumps are ruled enough. I'll put you to death like Chuck Schuldiner. Among the living like anthrax, my thugs deliver, dog. Now who's crying? Peace sells, but who's buying? Crucified like a messiah in the fire dying. This song is K-Rock, I stay hot like Gene Simmons in 76 in the garden. Retarded, I'm on it. Starting to write your obituary. Slowly rewind, smoking pot. Woke up this morning and spoke to God. He told me the world's over. Worldwide nuclear assault. Circle of tyrants bring the Celtic frost. Gangsta rappers and all types of guns. Religious fanatics to rifle us with platinum albums. The path of travels like the dragon shadow. Invisible to CIA camera angles. They got a file on every rap group. They kill the last man who had proof. They after me for information that I have too. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move. Symbolism, socialism, live life to the fullest. If they try to take mine, then I'ma wave the 9 and pull it. My patience is running thin, spy agents coming in, trying to lock me down. For now I have to hide the gun again. It's punishment, courts and prisons, the cross and Christians. I know the difference between reality and false religion. My thoughts and vision, freedom and peace, but the hood still breed beats and people bleed in the street. We got AIDS and cancer, teenagers crashing buildings with planes at Tampa. I can't explain the answer, I can only stand for what I believe. Family, friends, health, wealth, good food, pussy and trees. I'll be the one to make a fist and raise it. Sober or wasted, the basics. Overstand the bullshit that you face with. The water's laced with chemicals, you can taste it. Leaves you brain sick, angry and full of hatred. Like nobody likes you, now you become spiteful. Self-hate is frightful, look at the face of Michael. I fight you for justice, freedom and equality. These creeps keep following me. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move. I'm a survivalist, they said I should have been dead over a year ago with a barcode on my head. God knows my intent. Thug hummers with thugs, drunk with guns, drunk on drugs. Mosh pits, popper collars, keep it crunk in the club. Bustin' for fun, Canarsie to Spain. Pumping carcass, park in the rain. I see you faggots barking the name. Fake fame, you get your wig sprayed, your image is played. Stop keeping the gully, cut the Sam Kinison braid. Keep your song sweet with light verses, like tight virgins out in LA. I'm up in hot tubs with night nurses, X'd out, sniff the white pony, ceremony open shit. See me for the smoke, nervous system full of opiates. MDA, shoot voids like NBA. Bloody advance on firearms, I got 10 to play. Catch a facelift, degrade makeshift, face decay. Surveillance rape with broomsticks, they got tapes for days. State of the world address, NY, some killers for sport. Home of the shit talk, crack houses, prison and chalk. Blows against the system, Pentagon smash, windows inside a victim. Symptoms of the universe is earth. Paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move. Right here. Can you guys see? Hold on, give it a sec.
So the symbol,
and it's
does
in
look like a 369.
Look,
That's
do you understand? I don't know. It's in like Arab or something, but look, it says Mount Meru. Look, Mount Meru is one of the few mountains of the world.
I think we should start looking into the Hindu symbols and the Chinese symbols because they're so old.
You think that this?
We're already talking about all this
But
stuff.
do you think that this is a real picture of it, or what? What do you guys think?
Oh, I've seen many mountains now. I mean,
You know what I'm saying? Like, Mount Meru is one of the few mountains of the world densely inhabited by wildlife,
It would
which
be
freely
bigger than that,
roam
I would
its slopes.
think.
The hikers likely experienced multiple encounters with different animals. Is this a different Mount Meru? Like, what the fuck? Like, didn't they just say we can't go to Mount Meru? What's going on? But look, it's written in like a different language. That monkeys, giraffes, they got everything there. Let's zoom in. It looks like a volcano. I don't know. I don't see no toroidal field. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I just wanted to bring it up. Okay. So this. Oh, you can't. Can you see it? Is this hearing it? No. All right. Ready? All right. So we got. All right. So we got that one. We got that one out of the way. All right. Okay. This is how an LG projector works. LED projector. Before we discuss how an LED projector works.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because I always said that we were teaching ourselves in building computers and stuff. I've always said we were teaching ourselves about our world. We're just at a very low level, basically, you know?
Yeah. Well,
We're
this
young.
is called Projectology 101. The class is in session. Projector is simply a technological device that is used to project an image from a computer, TV, or gaming system onto a screen. It works by shining and filtering light through a small, transparent lens and projecting this onto a screen. Unlike a typical lamp-based projector, which uses colored filters and colored wheels to generate color, in an LED projector, a combination of red, green, and blue LED bulbs are used to create a white light that is then filtered through the lens to form an image on the screen. What about the specifications? When it comes to purchasing the red LED projector for you, there are a number of things to bear in mind. Brightness. Measured in ANSI lumens, projector brightness is key, and you want to be able to see your image clearly, so it can project images clearly bright. This is because the more lumens, and therefore the brighter the image, the less affected by ambient light your image will be. If a projector has a low number of lumens, you'll only be able to see the image in a dark room as any other light. So if it's low lumen, when it's dark, you'll see it. When it's light, you won't. Typically, if you're looking for a great picture for outdoor viewing, a good brightness for a projector around 200, 3,000 lumens. So they already know all about this shit. In order to create the right image size, you'll need to properly calculate your throw distance and figure out your model, and you'll need to lie to everybody and tell people the sun is 93 million miles away and blah, blah, blah. Standard throw, aspect ratio. All right, they got it all down. Okay, you get my point. All right, moving along. I'm trying not to take too long on each one, but okay. So that's how they could project things. Okay. Now let's see. This one. No. Now, planetariums are a real thing. They're dome buildings like this that you go inside and they have a projector and they can project planets and make it look like everything's real. And let's just see. This one's a little long, but let's just
And you would want to go to any Pink Floyd show they have, go to it. It's so badass.
Is this? Yeah, this is in the planetarium. It looks real, right? All right, hold on. We'll put some music to it so that we can talk about it. Go ahead. So yeah, it looks real, right? What do you think, Sanj? You walking away? All right, I'll put some music.
Dude, the Pink Floyd shows were mind blowing.
At the Pink Floyd.
I was back when I was at Globey too, and they showed everything else. It was really like, wow, it felt like you were outside.
You're talking about the Pink Floyd laser shows?
Yeah, the Laserium. It was really badass, and they showed us the stars and all that stuff too. That's pretty cool.
What else are they doing here?
Because it feels like you're outside, and then they can zoom in on it and tell you all the.
This is stupid.
Facts.
Oh, they're making it look
quotations.
Like look, they're making it look like the stars are really there. You see, look, they can already do it.
I had a program that was really great. Okay, you could go to the star. I probably still have it sitting right here. You can go to the star or planet or whatever, turn around and look back at the universe, and you basically, I would sit there for hours and get lost in the
What I'm trying to say is
universe.
if
It
they
was
can,
so great. I wish I was a Globie again. I'd do it again.
yeah, but Singe, if they could do this on a small scale in a building like this,
This is 10 years ago. I'm talking to you. Yeah, it's a 10 years
look,
old
I
program I had.
know, but I'm
And it's
saying, look,
something that I could buy. So what
if
they
they
have
could,
is just mind
if
blowing.
they could do this in a building like this, what about doing it on a large scale?
Right. Because we're babies and we're moving on up to the east side. Yeah, exactly. The roof, our dome, could be this great projection thing, regardless of what it's made of. Although it could be something you could actually tap on, or maybe it's electrical stuff, and maybe it's a mind projection, maybe it's a bit of all of those three. I don't know. Pretty cool.
This is something that that was pretty cool. Toroidal zodiac, the North Star, Mount Meru, and Mary Magdalene. So this is connected to the Bible. Your navel and the navel of the world. Have you ever been told to follow your North Star? It is such a comfort to think that there could be one that directs your internal compass when you have lost your way. It's interesting to note that the placement of the North Star within the zodiac is at 0 degrees Cancer, which is the sign of the moon, plus 2 minus degrees, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The moon is the natal chart, represents a comfort as well as calling that pulls you forth in life. Sounds a lot like notion of the North Star. Polaris sits in the center of a sky that moves. See, it's just like a projection. It just goes around like that. Like it's being projected.
Right, and I was always saying that I saw the UFOs and stuff, but hey, I saw lights. I freaking don't know
It could have been
what
a
it
light.
was, right?
Yeah. What's this? Polaris has often been referred to as the lodestar, which means a star that guides ships. A lodestar is a lodestone is a magnetic rock. Can we look to our moons or our natal charts to better understand our individual lodestars? The lodestone is a naturally magnetized iron ore, composes a needle. The compass it will always point north. Iron nails are attracted to the magnet. Could it be the iron in our blood knows the true north? That's interesting. Could it be the iron in our blood knows the true north? Is the thing that makes our blood red the same thing that keeps us on track? If we are now talking about iron in the color red, then clearly we are in another Now they're going to get into Mars. But I don't want to get away from the moon and the North Pole either. So here is a figure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, check this out. In the past year, twice I was super dizzy. I mean, okay, and I'm eating normal, feeling perfectly healthy, feeling great. Come sit down and got so dizzy. You remember that one time I was so dizzy? I told you about it.
Yeah.
This happened twice within 7 or 8 months. I'm like, what just happened? Maybe it's
anxiety
not
attack.
me, or
Anxiety.
maybe it's
Anxiety
the
attack.
environment fluxing. Maybe I'm
Anxiety.
feeling a flux in the environment.
It sounds like
the
a
pole
panic.
shift,
I'm not a doctor, but it sounds like a
that kind of
panic
thing.
attack. Panic, anxiety.
What?
It sounds like you're
No,
describing.
I'm perfectly calm and normal and happy, and going, okay, I'm going to sit down and whoa, what the hell, like that. You know what I mean? Super, not that. Super, like, wait, this is weird. I'm not stressed or nothing.
Well,
Yeah.
sometimes you can have anxiety
Maybe it's my
attacks and
show.
not know, but we won't get. We'll save that for another show. Mary comes from the word.
No, I refuse to say I never get angry. What are you talking about?
Mary comes from the word mar and maritime. Magdalene bears a strong similarity to the word magnet. Yeah, all right, I can see it. So here we have mysterious notion of a magnetic sea, or similar to Mars, like magnetic moon, the sea tides. This is a map of the Arctic prepared in 1960. This is the Mercator map. A Belgian cartographer and explorer at the center of the map is a mountain. Can you see it? Mount Meru. This is the
was trying to
Mercator.
say it was a pole shift, and I felt it, and I can prove it. No, I can't.
Mount
That'd be
Meru.
interesting.
So
if
Mount.
everybody felt it at the same time.
It says here, Mount Meru is known to be the center of the universe in both Buddhist and Hindu cosmologies. Is that true, Buddhist Singe? Buddhist.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm not a Buddhist expert. I
says-
barely looked at the very top of any religion.
Okay. Well, let me ask
I
you.
don't know anything about
Do
anything.
you find that it's interesting that Mount Meru is considered to
I'm
be
gonna look at it right now because
one
I've
of
never
the
heard about it.
and Mount Olympus in Greek is one of the home of the gods, and it's
Now, if it had anything to do with Buddhism, I would say it had to do with Jainism, the beginning of Buddhism.
the mountain is said to be.
Jainism,
Oh yeah, look at this. This is
Mount
important. This is important. Look,
I never heard of that before.
this is important.
Look
The
at it.
mountain is said to be surrounded by the Indrawing
You're
Sea.
right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get
In
you.
Jainism, here I'll let you guys look at.
I've been. Yeah, you want to share it? Can you share it? I've been trying to get you
Yeah,
to
I'll
look
show you,
at this stuff for a while now.
I'll read it. And Jainism is the oldest religion, maybe, right?
Are you gonna share it or read it? Oh,
One of the oldest. One of the oldest that we'll just say one of.
Yeah.
Probably the oldest. And I gotta figure out this new Windows stuff, but for now, let's do it the old way.
Are you gonna share? I need to know so I can
Yeah.
take mine down. All right.
Did I just show my screen? No, that's fine. Okay.
It's there.
So in Jainism, according to Jain cosmology, Mount Meru, or Sumeru, is at the center of the world, surrounded by Jambu Divipa, in the form of a circle, forming the diameter of 100,000 yogans. That was your nickname in high school, Yogan.
Yeah, it was Yogan. They used to say Yogan, Yogan.
Yojan.
There are two sets
So
of.
there are two sets of suns. The
And
moon and
moons.
stars revolving around Mount Meru. While one works, the other set rests behind the Mount Meru.
Wow, the black sun, the
In
black sun.
Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain beliefs, it is sacred. Oh, dude, I know some Sikh. I wonder if they believe the same thing. I'm gonna talk to them about it. They're cool. They didn't bother me. Okay, we'll go back to here.
That's very interesting.
There's these Sikh near me that run a gas station.
Yeah.
And for the past 3 years, I've been going there. From the very beginning of the stuff, they never bothered me about anything. The whole time, they were cool, rubbing elbows the entire time. So
All right,
I
so
kept
look at
going
this.
back there. Their prices are a little bit higher. I was willing to pay twice that amount. I didn't care. They were great.
We could talk about that
Sikh.
later. We could talk about that
No,
later.
it had to do with what we were talking about. I'm done talking about it. It was completely connected with what we were talking about.
I understand that, but I'm trying to read this for 20 minutes. This mountain is said to be. I'm running out of time. This mountain is said to be surrounded by the indrawing seas as depicted above by the four rivers, and it supposedly creates a whirlpool effect. It's hard to not notice the similarity of the image of a whirlpool in the Cancer, the zodiac sign associated with the moon. So everyone says you can't go there because there's this giant whirlpool. Above is the artistic.
Oh, so the 6'9" was the whirlpool, they're saying?
Yeah,
Is it symbol? Oh,
Well,
okay.
yeah, which is linked to the moon, which is also linked to this. Above the artistic celebrations of Mount Meru, Borobudur is a Buddhist temple in the Indonesian. The other two pictures depict Maya Meru, a Hindu symbol. Hindu. Hey, is Hindu and Buddhist the same thing, Singe?
No, Jainism was the first, and they separated into Buddhism and Hinduism and Sikh, which are the people I was just talking about. They're also connected, and they're so connected. They lived in the same neighborhoods because they kind of protect each other from other assholes who are against them, whatever. And I don't know, their politics over there.
So there was supposed to be a Buddhist temple there in Mount Meru, maybe? I don't know. Magdalene's Absterjot that is nearly pictured with her bears is striking similarity to Mount Meru.
Oh, but I do know enough of the politics that when I mentioned that to the Sikh, he's all, yes, you are 100% correct, my friend. Just like that. You're 100% correct, my friend.
If listen, Mount Meru is said to be the navel of the world. It's interesting to think of what our navels used to do for us. It was the center which received the indrawing sea of our mother's blood. Saline, sea-like. These days we don't give too much thought of belly buttons. I mean, this is great. How does it serve us? How about the fact that it's placed in the front of an electric nervous system, otherwise known as our second brain? This brain is associated with rational. Did you know that your belly button was your second brain?
Hey, buddy, you don't talk to me like that. Hey, buddy, my friend,
I don't give a fuck what Einstein has to say. In
my
closing
friend.
time,
Hey, buddy.
I don't.
I love the hell out of him. He
Einstein's
talks
a
like
piece
that.
of shit.
Hey, buddy.
Okay. What's this? Mosaic graces enters some of the science building prizes, big spots, original building. Why do I have this? Oh, because they haven't. This is another one that has a thing
Can you
inside.
take care of your dog, please?
Okay. Shut up!
Dude, thank you.
All right. So this is what I wanted to get to. The Dark Ages. Why the Middle Ages are the Dark Ages are the Middle Ages. Okay? Now, there's some stuff I have on it that I have to dig up, but the Dark Ages is a term that brings images of war, destruction, and death. So, was the Dark Ages a time that they lied to us about? That 1,000 years that never existed? That everything was just dark, and for some reason, the projector went out at Mount Meru, and everything just went dark, or something went wrong? The Dark Ages, and it took them a while to fix it. It's a term that brings images of war, destruction, and death, like the domain of evil character in a good fantasy novel. How did the term Dark Ages become synonymous with the Middle Ages, which we all know is bullshit?
Maybe
why
not
do we
completely
still
dark, right? But just dimmer.
Yeah.
Maybe. You know what I mean? Not completely dark all the way. It's like dim.
Look, history is full of people talking about how they are living in a dark time, in the age of light. It is an easy metaphor to explain that you are living in a good or bad times. It would be used again by the 14th century Italian poet Petrarch, who was a great admirer of the ancient Romans and Greeks. He would compare those times with his own and found that he wasn't very happy with the present day situation in one of the works he writes. My fate is to live among varied and confusing storms, but for you perhaps, if as I hope and wish you will live long after me, there will follow a better age. This sleep of forgetfulness will not last forever. This sleep of forgetfulness will not last forever. When the darkness has been dispersed, our descendants can come again in former pure radiance. His views would be taken up by other Italian scholars. By the 14th and 15th centuries, they were having intellectual and artistic boom and seeing themselves as following footsteps of the ancients. Raised Greek near oblivion, removed errors from Latin, cleared fog. They rescued Greek from their oblivion, removed errors from Latin, cleared fog from philosophy. So they crashness from theology, crudeness from art. These writers sounds like Masons. These writers began to see history as divided into three phases. There was the classical age, which was time of Greek wisdom, Roman power, when Jesus Christ walked in the world in their own time, a renaissance when things were getting better. Meanwhile, there were all these other centuries in between, from the fall of the Roman Empire to the 5th century, just before their own time. After a little while, it got to the Middle Ages. The Italian. So basically, here we go. Hold on. I gotta share that. I think I wasn't even sharing that whole thing. Wow. Oh well, we'll get there.
You know, my favorite thing is to explain away conspiracy theories by saying it's just a metaphor
Middle Ages,
or
and medieval.
or a simile.
The Middle Ages was a
Mm-hmm.
1,000-year period between the end of the
Yeah,
Roman
a simile
Empire
is
and
a
the
good one.
Renaissance, roughly
Yeah, it's
from
just a
AD
metaphor.
450
Yeah, it's
to
just
the year
simile.
1450.
Forget about nothing
The
to
Dark
see here.
Ages refers to the early
Move
part of
along.
that time span, from 450 to the year 1000. Of course, it should be noted that dividing history into rigid periods of time is purely artificial, and historians can reasonably differ on when certain periods began and ended, but the dates used here are typical. The word medieval means Middle Ages in Latin, which is why the terms Middle Ages and medieval can be used interchangeably. So, the term Middle Ages and medieval have the same meaning and refer to the same period of time, again about 450 to 1450. And the Dark Ages refers to the first portion of that period, from about 450 to 1000. Now, why are the Dark Ages called the Dark Ages? Because, from the perspective of later historians, there was a general decline of culture, learning, peace, and stability compared to the time before and the time after. Romans were replaced by barbarians. Latin was replaced by Germanic languages or by regional dialects of Latin, which became the modern Romance languages, like French, Spanish, and Italian.
I guess they're
Vibrant
pretty
cities
depressed,
shrank, illiteracy increased, book production declined, and centers of learning, such as monasteries, were raided and plundered by warlike people such as
So
Vikings.
I don't know about any of this. If any of this is even true, these are just
No, it's not.
none of it is true. This is just the fake. This is the fake timeline that they added on.
And Orthodox
Because,
Christianity was
they're
struggling with
so
this
depressed
heresy.
that they just
The
went
age was
ahead and
considered
built
dark because the
immaculate
light of
buildings and
civilization seemed
paintings
to
and
be snuffed
statues.
out. This description is
Pa-
an
they're just
exaggeration, not reality.
So depressed,
Some
just
of the
put all their
greatest
work
artwork
into
ever produced
making
was
things that
created during this
we
period,
can't make
such
today.
as
He just
the
said
hotels.
this
And
depiction is not reality.
between the years 750 and 850, Western
Exaggeration.
Europe experienced a cultural and educational reawakening called the Carolinian Renaissance, which introduced new forms of handwriting, architecture, and music.
I'm just
The
teaching
term
you.
Carolinian comes from the Latin word for Charles because the most
I'm just teaching you the right way and the wrong way.
significant ruler of Europe during that reawakening was Charles the Great, or Charlemagne. It's important to note, too, that the Dark Ages of the post-Roman Empire only refers to Europe. The surviving eastern half of the Roman Empire, which we call the Byzantine Empire, was very energetic during this period and one of the richest civilizations in the world. Nor did what we call the Dark Ages extend to China, the Americas, India, or Africa. And in the Middle East, the latter part of the European Dark Ages is referred to as the Golden Age of Islam. So the Dark Ages specifies not just a particular period of time, but also a particular area of the world. The same is mostly true of the term Middle Ages or medieval period. When we think of the Middle Ages, we tend to conjure up visions of knights, peasants, priests, and warlike kings. But that image, also exaggerated, only applies to Europe, and particularly Western Europe. That cast of characters, in the way that we imagine them, didn't exist in China, Japan, India, Africa, or elsewhere in the world during the Middle Ages. So, for example, although we can refer to medieval China, because obviously China existed between the years 450 and 1450, China in the Middle Ages was nothing like France in the Middle Ages. The point being that the term medieval
No one
world
did
really
anything,
should
they
be
just sat
understood to be
there.
referring only to Europe. The
And
historical
they
periods of
suddenly
other
learned
countries
how to
have their
do all
own
this stuff
names for
again.
periods of time that are more reflective
Just
of
boom.
their
Oh, I know
individual
how to do it again. Yay.
Sometimes the entire Middle Ages is referred to as the Dark Ages, but that is definitely not accurate. The Middle Ages were a vigorous, productive, inventive time for Europeans. Universities were established, such as Salerno in Italy, the University of Paris, and Oxford and Cambridge in England. Science progressed, especially regarding optics, astronomy, and cartography. Technology advanced, including the introduction of the horseshoe, the horse collar, and the moldboard plow. The
I
combination
go to
of those
bed now.
three, along with a horse,
Good night,
substantially
warriors.
increased food production and boosted Europe's population. Eyeglasses and the mechanical clock were also developed during the
Sorry for
Middle
being a
Ages,
pain in the
among
ass.
so many other everyday things. Medieval people are often wrongly stereotyped as backward, barbaric, and stifled by religion, but that's wrong. The greatest scientists of the period tended to be monks. They didn't see any conflict between belief in God and trying to figure out how the world which God created actually works. Nor did most educated people believe the world was flat or believe in witches. Medieval people weren't perfect, but there has never been a period of time when people have been. So, to recap, the Middle Ages was a period of time between about 450 and 1450, but it's a term most appropriately used to describe Europe. The Dark Ages refers to the first portion of the Middle Ages between about 450 and 1000. People describe them as dark because it seemed dark compared to the supposed glories of the Roman Empire and the later Renaissance. Finally, the word medieval means Middle Ages in Latin and refers to the same time period. All right, that's it for now. Thank you for watching and see you next time.
All right, good night.
Yeah, good night, Singe. Thank you for coming on. We're gonna keep it going though. I'm on the trail. I'm hot on the trail for what I was looking for earlier. Oh, he just changes the thing on me. Good job. Fuck you. Fuck you too. Singe.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Hold on one sec. I think I got it. This is gonna be it, dude.
The plan might be too expansive. Over here getting new advances, while you over there doing dances. Show you how to move like a dance step. A simple nod of the head could get your man slept. Foreign whip with a foreign bit, bumping foreigner. Shooter got a bag for a body like the coroner. Told him follow my lead, I'm the forerunner. In New Orleans, but I sound like a northerner. We the truth like Sojourner. Been out the loop like 4 summers. Back in the booth doing more numbers. Taking out any oncomers. You were smart, you get a song from us, bitch.
Yo, I'm sick and tired of your trash rhymes. You need to leave the mic alone, I'ma tell you for the last time. Fully auto mag, ready to discharge. Your baby mom's filling up my fridge with her wick card. I got game and I stay with a thick broad. Money and drugs in a container at the shipyard. My style is aggressive. This a murder message. I hold burners to serve purpose and murder peasants. Slide off and flee the scene with the heat smoking. Kick a nigga in his ass till my feet broken. You couldn't win, nigga, keep hoping. Got your grandmother frying me chicken while she deep throating. Your whole rap style is delicate. You soft, so I be insulting your intelligence. In my closet, it's a whole lot of skeletons. Cause it's the only place where I'm hiding evidence.
Taste the product like cotton, yayo. Pass the chronic like hot potato. I'm in charge like I'm Scott Baio. Gotta win, we cannot fail. Clock bell, size of whales on them lock scales. Kill your dogs like some foxtails. They going down like a prop fail. Get them smothered like oxtail. Get your cap peeled back like a hell L. Sending packs through the snail mail.
This just in, you can get indoor dome projectors for your house now. So you can just do this at home. Can you see it? Am I sharing? Look, this is how it'll look. Right on your sound. Looks pretty good. You see how it could work? I don't know. Look, that one looks like a flat Earth. What is going on here? I think that is a flat Earth. What is it? A rocket hitting the firmament and exploding? It's not curved. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what that is. All right. Just a projector. It's just a projection. All right. Let's see. All right. Hampshire Dome. Here we go. There's even more. This is basically the same thing. IMAX projector rising into dome. That's the bottom piece. Dome buildings. All right. Let me see something. Videos. Let's see. Planetarium, Brussels. All right, here's the planetarium in Brussels. This is just an example. Look. You see? They make it look like it's the sky. Look, they make it look like it's the sun. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what else they can make it look like. They make it look like fucking aliens are coming to get you. What else? They can make it look like you're in outer space. They can make it look like you're looking up at the stars. They can make it look like asteroids are coming at you. They can make it look like anything. They can make it look like there's planets. They can make it look like constellations. They have machinery. They have it all. Where do you think they learned it from? Pretty interesting. Okay. Whoa. Calm down, Space Odyssey. All right, let's do this. Oh, you can't see it. You cannot see it. All right, let's go back. Again. Be a pain in my ass, Gina. It's on all these old maps. That's my favorite one. All right, hold on one sec. I got something coming. Let's see what I can do there. All right. This one. All right. So, real quick, I got videos of indoor projections, so you guys can see how a projector would work. All right. I got a whole bunch of them. So and I need to take a quick break anyway. So let's just share the screen. Present entire screen. Boom.
To all the true mic holders, Eastern Conference family, to all the two-layer folders, Henry Baby's on the wheel, and DJ Days on the set. When the mic gets wet, the migraines might all proof. Sciatica nerve will shoot, painkillers won't do. Relentless misfit, I'm scientifically fit. Doing physicality, while anatomically I be correct. And guess who's not next to jet? Too numerous bars, fires have been set. While others say slow down, the on kill down. The thriller, a villa to NYC is who I be. Accelerator, the true relator to what be happening. Starbuck clapping, the odyssey is equal to Ulysses. As you lick these, I'm discombobulate like MC Breeze. Now you see, I'm on that old shit. Would you possibly fathom what the tone be equipped with? Rippable facts from the smokestack, giving cranial lumps for skills that you lack. I'm giving headaches, it's my get wet. Now fools need to cool them rings, and I see the dialect that I inject. Direct your whole set. If you don't like it now, please push eject. I'm giving headaches as lights get wet. Now fools need to cool them rings, and I set the dialect that I inject. Direct your whole set. If you don't like it now, please push eject. I detonate and infiltrate your data files. You break wind and shitty up the mic and piles. One mic controller, host roller. When I breathe exhalation, it's like mental stimulation. I'm not about the DK shades or Puma's ways. I'm all about the L, pussy double. Mics and nights and mics you be after. Cause half the MCs sound alike. When they strike the mic, the outbreak in one take. Reaction, formation, on vacation. I create this ill penetration. My coolest words, curvature is spiral. Infecting MCs with meningitis that's vital. rival poets throw shits like tags. Hold on, this pussy like lag. Now flow is bloody, increasing 10 packs to the core. Cause noggins get rocked from here to your block. I'm giving headaches as my skin. Now fools need a coda rings to dissect the dialect that I can check. Directs your whole set. If you don't like it now, please push your check. I'm giving headaches as my skin wet. Now fools need a coda rings to dissect the dialect that I can check. Directs your whole set. If you don't like it now, please push your check. My megaphone is quite hostile. MCs be biting like crocodiles. I be that 5'9" guy with 2 green eyes, 10 sacks, 4 packs. Monkeys is producing angry tracks and batches. My time warp flashes is bound to blind you. You seem so fucking lost, kids can't find you. Stop laying cable like Time Warner. Preposterous from larynx to esophagus. I project breath in depth. We're on top of this. We're on the bottom, cause girls I got them. Skull cap knock, lyrically, blood clot. The whole microcosm, digest the whole set. In the winter, it's fleece. In the summer, it's mesh like Iverson jerseys. I'm hard to get, giving cranial lumps as mics get wet. I'm giving headaches as mics get wet. Now fools need the coda rings to dissect the dialect that I can check. The rest your whole sec. If you don't like it now, please push your check. I'm giving headaches as mics get wet. Now fools need the coda rings to dissect the dialect that I inject. Direct your whole set. If you don't like it now, please push your check.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? So, let's see, where did I go? So they got, like, 360 dome projections, dude. Abu Dhabi. Let's see. Come on. Whoa. You guys see what I'm talking about? They can project anything. So, let me see if there's any more. I don't want to play too much of them. I don't know whose videos they are. I just play clips. Oh, I lost it, actually. Well, that sucks. Well, you get my point. You get my point. Right? All right. At least you get my point on that one. Oh yeah, I think I had something else over here. No, not there. Over here. All right. Yes, I do. All right.
As well as their language. So, got 2 books in. Now, before heading up into Canada and Saskatchewan for man hauling through the entire province and then up north of there to Nunavut, I wanted to learn about the people of Nunavut as well as their language. So, got 2 books in here. One of them, The Language of the Inuit, and another, The Words of the Inuit.
I already know both of those languages.
Culture.
You're behind.
And I wanted to pull out the top 5 supernatural encounters out of this
I'm
book.
very fluent in
and
both.
this is a dying language. About 30,000 speakers worldwide right now.
I'm one of them.
I encourage you to get on eBay
Inuit.
or find these books. This one's available on Amazon. It's brand new, so really good book right here. But turning
Squad
to
knows how to
page
do it too.
57 here.
We call and speak
It
Inuit
says
all the
hostile
time.
beings can be encountered along the shoreline, the Sina or the shoreline in July 1969 when visiting Killinick, which is right here on the map, all the way up at the northern point, a now abandoned village at the northeastern tip of Ungava Bay. I was told by a resident how a few years earlier he and other people had seen a giant monkey-like creature walking out of the sea.
Bigfoot.
My informant had
Swamp
been
Thing.
very afraid, seizing his gun in defense until the creature reached the high tide line and receded back into the water, unable to progress on land beyond the beach area. So here we got somewhere near at least in the north, near Nunavut, on the way to the North Pole, some kind of giant monkey-like creature coming out of the sea. Sounds like, I don't know, some kind of an aquatic
Yes.
Bigfoot or Sasquatch, something like this. Now, later in the book, here we are at page 89, The Superhuman World. It describes some really interesting beings. And my next video is going to talk more on this, but the Inuit people are descendants of the Tartarians.
Wow.
And that's going to be covered in my next video. This one, of course, looking at these supernatural beings. And here we got the Igirate, who are made invisible, and the Tariasut, or the hidden ones, are beings that look like Inuit, but live in a parallel universe and make themselves visible only when they wish so. They may wed humans. In Kanjik Tugapik,
humans.
in the Baffin region, a man named Narjarlak once married a Tariasuk woman with whom he had a girl child while also wedding a human
girl child
who too gave him a girl. When the Tariatsut converted to Christianity, they told him he could no longer visit them, but that his Tariatsuk and the human wives and the children would merge into each other. Narjarlak was still alive in 1998 when the anthropologist Bernard Saladin Angulaire traveled to Kanjipiktukpik in order to record his life history.
Aguilera traveled.
I'm turning ahead to page 124 here, and it says the preceding chapter mentioned one of such a type relationship between a human being and his Nurlisak, his spirit wife, or her Urisak, the spirit husband. The children produced by these marriages are often invisible, but some of them are not, or they can be seen occasionally. It is said that the offspring of Ursay and Nularisay are recognizable because they have no navel. So there's some kind of spirit beings or some kind of beings that can choose to make themselves invisible, it sounds like, and they're recorded to have wed with regular humans and have children who don't have navels all the way up in through 1998. Next, for number 3, we got the Anuga Guliat, the small ones, provided with something that has to do with fingers and toes. That's kind of the meaning of the meaning of the word. It says these are dwarfs who are extremely strong despite their very small size, and they can haul half a walrus by themselves. In 2009, a group of children and teenagers from Kangersuk in Nunavik spotted Inunga Guligate behind their community school. Now, if we look at the Mercator map, it does say on there up here in the North Pole that there are pygmies on the island who are short. So I don't know if that's any connection. Another connection here would be with the dwarfs, of course, or like machine elves or something like that, who seem to be seen by people who peek into the spirit realm. But this next one sounding kind of like a Yeti, the Amauli Tuliuk. The big one with an Amauti is an ogre who captures people, puts them in his Amauti, a parka for carrying babies, and brings them back to his abode in order to eat them. 2, Amaui Tuluk used to live near Quagtak, Nunavik, but they have not been encountered for over 60 years. And I'm not sure about this one, but it says the Tournegate. There exist scores of superhuman beings of different types, of which may vary from one region of the Arctic to another. In Inukjuak, Western Nunavik, for instance, Tournegate now are understood to be human-like beings who live inside rocks some distance from the village, and from time to time they visit the community to do their shopping, wearing beautiful clothes and parking their brand new snowmobiles in front of the general store. So, anyways, I'm not sure what to think about the spirit beings who drive brand new snowmobiles. This one, of course, sounding more like ghosts, where a woman was often seen strolling alone in the village, talking to herself with her arm extended sideways as if she was holding someone by the hand. And she was taking walks, chatting with two invisible children she had had with her spirit husband. And the Inuit have shamans. They're going away with the introduction of Christianity, but they did have or do have shamans. And here, I mean, this sounds exactly like an astral flight, an astral journey that one experiences on DMT. I'm not promoting that, or just the ability to see into the spirit realm. The shaman here says to a shaman in celestial flight, and they have a word for celestial flight. Elimamari turnik, learning continuously and repeatedly is what that word means. But I believe that celestial flight is, of course, a journey in the spirit realm, and the shamans acted as a middleman or middlewoman between the human and the superhuman worlds. And this may suggest that the shamans commuted between different worlds, the Inuit and non-human worlds. And in a shamanistic ceremony, the lamps were extinguished and darkness contrasted with shamanistic light, Qualmanic. The sound of the drum was heard, as well as the incantations of the shaman summoning his tourniquet, which may be a demon or it might be an angel. So they have a type of shamanic light called Qualmanic. And that light was understood by the Inuit as manifesting in three ways: physically from the sun, mentally, Qualmanic, which again is the shamanic enlightening knowledge. And then, of course, intellectually for just acquiring knowledge to be smart. So just a few interesting things from the Inuit culture and a very interesting language. I encourage anybody to study this language and purchase these books, support some of these authors who are trying to keep this language alive. And in my next video, I'm going to cover links between the Inuit and
All right. So, okay. I'm gonna play a few more things. Hopefully, oh no, I had it ready. Oh, they got helicopters outside. Something must be going on. There's not usually helicopters going by at this time. All right. No. All right. No. 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 Yeah, I don't feel like listening to that. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna probably be getting out of here, but I got a few more things to play about the North Pole, so I just want to play some music and let the stream go for a little bit, let the chat go, like I always do. I like to do it because it helps us all unwind. It's a lot of information to take in. It's a lot to think about. So, in conclusion, do I think the world is a projector? I don't. The sky is a projection. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm just proposing. I just want people to look at it and just see what they think. Whatever. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Stop there. Well, did I really X out of it all? Well, that sucks. I'll have to go back. Looks cool. Yes. All right, let's check this out. This looks good, actually.
It appears that we have been in an energy extraction system, but this whole time it's actually been our collective unresolved inner playing on the outside so we can observe it and thus transmute it. This is what purging is. You must confront every aspect of yourself until it is merged into singularity. Your innermost does not only play inside you, it plays outside of you as well, as within, so without. Every experience, trauma, ounce of turmoil, and feeling of disconnection you've felt has propelled you during this automatic ascensional process. Like the Jungian rule states, when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate. The further you've reclaimed your divinity, the further your purgatorial process has unfolded. Nothing is as it seems. This has been the green screen of consciousness. We are 144 strong. We've been in the Garden of Eden this whole time, dreaming up this illusion. We have been in the Emerald Dream, a green screen of consciousness. The heart was split into duality, and this manifested as a simulated experience in order to dissolve what's projected onto the heart. A green screen is overlaid with something. It's covered up with an image or a video, just like how the heart has been in the background, overlaid with duality. Yes, the heart chakra is emerald green. This shadow projection ends when we collectively enter the center, the Garden of Eden. This is why green screen and the Garden of Eden have the same value in gematria, 360, like 360 degrees, a value used to describe coming full circle. We're making a 360, turning out of this shadow experience and returning to the true soul, the Garden of Eden, behind the projection on the green screen. 3 plus 6 plus 0 equals 9, just like 1 plus 4 plus 4 equals 9 for 144. 9 is the number of completion. Duality claims something is either good or evil, this or that, righteous or damned. And this contrast, by definition, sets up an invisible enemy within the mind. As long as we are playing a role within duality, we are tearing ourselves from the heart space. This coming together is depicted in the movie How to Train Your Dragon 3, The Hidden World. The story centers around a hidden land of dragons, uncovered after a black and white dragon come together in romantic union. This is duality merging, the masculine and feminine. A scene shows the aurora borealis overhead as the black and white dragon fly across the ocean to reach the hidden world. And not surprisingly, This movie has a runtime of exactly 1 hour, 44 minutes. You can't make this stuff up. This is no coincidence, and neither is anything in this dream time. Everything around us holds significance, and the further we merge duality into the heart space, the more synchronicity reveals itself. Time is the measurement of this third dimensional overlay. The 144,000 have emitted time to resolve themselves on the wheel of samsara, of birth and death. However, synchronicity is the measurement of the heart space, the true blueprint. Synchronicity is truly alignment with intuition. Our external environment reflects to us our internal changes by syncing up through alignment. And this is why more and more hidden in plain sight messages have been revealing themselves. So the more synchronicity you have, the more the universe is telling you you're breaking free from this state. You're leaving, you're on your way out. We've been living on the outside. That's what we refer the realm as. You walk outside and there you are, outside, on Earth. We have been existing in a shadow projection within the south polarity. South contains out in it, and we use the word south to explain when something goes awry, a situation that goes south, a relationship gone south. This is all revealing that the dis-ease of this realm is a manifestation of leaving the 0 point in our
Thumbs up.
perception out into the south, on the outside of the true template. So, this has been a temporary scenario of cubed consciousness. In open world simulation video games and in movies, the T-pose is commonly used. This is like Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. The avatar you're choosing has a T-pose. This looks like a cross, which is also what a cube looks like when unfolded. We are in the green screen. We have been avatars on the cross. This is indeed what Jesus Christ on the cross represents. It represents your own Christ consciousness being put on hold so you could enter a dualistic simulated experience. Once again, the chakra system is a direct manifestation of our collective duality. The above and below chakras have been extracting energy from the heart during our time in purgatory. Just like how the hourglass has extracted us while we remained in the cycle of reincarnation.
The hourglass looks like the
Father
toroidal
Time,
field too.
the Lord of karma and discipline, imposes confining experiences onto us when the living souls are in a state of forgetfulness. To leave time and stop the sand from falling up and down, we can activate our emerald rays and return home. After all, home is where the heart is. An hourglass also looks like the toroidal field of this realm. The 0 point energy has been allocated to the above and below because the collective consciousness required a purgatorial process. This is why religion and spirituality have been full of terms like angels, demons, enlightened, unenlightened, righteous, perfect, unspiritual. Because as long as the heart space remained pulled at, a middle path was out of the realm of our limited understanding. Now we are inner standing. All of this is why Earth is an anagram for heart. We had not been living from the heart, so the heart got rearranged, becoming Earth. The new Apple Watch Series 4 just came out. Don't think this holds a message? So we can find from the center point of the watch. We are shown a bright message. Think again. Apple Watch Series 4 equals 1440 in English gematria. Unsurprisingly, the new commercial shows an emerald light at the center. After a fire is released from the center point of the watch, we are shown a bright emerald light. We are shown text on top that says training with Krista. Krista, as in Krishna or Christ. This is referring to the Christ consciousness we've been training for in this shadow experience, training with Christa with the inner Christ. The Sophia Christos is coming back, baby. And we see fire because the fire of the heart destroys all that does not serve. We are manifesting the real truth. The Old English translation for the word Ruth means a feeling of sorrow, distress, pity. So to find the truth, we cross out the feelings of distress through a collective purging process. We find the truth after crossing out the inner distress. A cross. It's kind of like an X. And like we emphasized in the video,
Or a T.
Treasure of the Heart, X marks the spot. So we can cross out this game, making it our X. You know when you say you have an ex-boyfriend or girlfriend?
Yeah.
And like Linkin Park states, in the end, it doesn't even matter. Matter is of the mother, the great mother Sophia. This is why the Latin mater is the root of the word matrix. The matter only matters when we're enveloped in the collective spell of duality, of splitting reality into unsolvable opposing halves. Checkerboards are used to play games. So the way to dissolve this magnetic grid, this checkerboard, is to stop playing these games. That's why you're flashed checkerboards everywhere. It's not about being on the side of good or evil. It's about the middle path always. After all, if you don't play, your enemy has nobody to play with. The name Sophia in Jewish gematria equals 218. Not surprisingly, so does the name Hermes.
All right. Peace. I'm gonna play it, but hold on. I'm gonna do it a little different. Entire screen. I'm getting out of here personally. I'm hungry. I gotta get some food made. So I might come back. I'm gonna keep it going though.
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so hard. In spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property. Remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised it got so. Things aren't the way they were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. I put my trust in you. Pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know.
Put my trust in you. Pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. We back. Thought it was over, stupid? Never. Twinning.
King of the projects, he broke the walls down. His crib was both apartments, double living rooms, shining under both couches. Schwarzenegger been dead, sexual crazy forever. Studded glove made of Mediterranean leather. Bitches in every bed, exhibits of father, sister wives. Kitchen knives, slime, get your bitch in line. Make a shit out of nothing like a savage does. Walk up to the biggest bing bong bing, stab him up. When guns blast, blood splat, ass the front. Plug had a mustache like Captain Crunch. Young Pesci Papador, El Mahigo with the cowboy hat like Pablo Moore. Speak across between coca products and tokenomics, so bionic. It's ultrasonic how I smoke the chronic. Pistolero, call me Billy Bolero. Barrel wrapped in aluminum foil like the meatball hero. Oh, you better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half and shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Line him up, pull the body and laugh, you out of luck. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half and shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Line him up, pull the body and laugh, you out of luck.
You fucking shitting me? Yeah, we back. Big Brooklyn shit, yo. Gorilla Twins ethos. Bing bong. Yo, yo, yo. Don't ever in your life disrespect me. I'm on Jamaica Bay getting brain riding jet skis. Paper coming hefty. Keep my money in my right pocket, cause the devil was a lefty. See, and if I was you, I wouldn't trust me. Catholic school uniforms, I rock the husky. Shorty, you kinda dusty. I know if we fuck, that pussy must be. It must be. I know your mother, she a custody. Gave her credit when she was sick and now she loved me. Now we getting awards and setting up tours. My Averex in 98 was better than yours. That's a fact of it. Took it back and put the bat of it. Walking up and down Mermaid, who wanna battle me? You don't know no rap as hard as us. Put the barrel to your forehead, you better smarten up. Know the fucking vibes. Gorilla Twins is back. Like we never left, stupid. Brooklyn. Yo, Bill, let's get it.
Need a sedative for my mind, yeah. Break me up a line, guess I'm just a product of the fucking times, yeah. Someone hit rewind back to when this life was just a little simpler. Now I'm living in these new perimeters like a prisoner, looking back at what it used to be, cause this ain't even similar. I'm feeling like I came in at the end of the fucking world as we knew it. So when is someone gonna pinch me, fucking wake me up? Or are we really stuck? I just can't comprehend shit as technology is taking over, while the ones in power gotta sign a choker, losing human rights and losing my composure. And you people wonder why I'm never sober. I can't even tell what's real anymore. Fake world getting faker quick. A bunch of fake people, from the lip filler to the fucking filter that be on the picture. Where the fuck is God? Why he let the devil win? Or is this purgatory that we've settled in? Cool it, Webby, you're just in your head again. You'll feel better when you take your medicine, cause I've been feeling so damn numb, it's hypnotic. If I'm honest, I don't know how to get off it. I'm feeling so high that I couldn't come down if I wanted. When I'm on it, see the edge and go beyond it. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. Need a sedative for my brain, yeah. Life been feeling strange, doctor give me just a little Novocaine, yeah. Don't wanna feel the same, I just need a little something for the stress. As we all descend into this fucking mess of a reality, they all be telling me it's got me anxiety ridden and depressed. All they see is pill bottles and the smoke. I just see it as a way that I could cope. Hard to keep hope when we got a rope tied in a noose right around the throat. Shit is fitting snug too, but it's straight, because what these drugs do help abate all the fucking weight on my breastplate. I don't really know how much more I could take, so just find me something that gon' have me feeling better. Keep it sunny for me through the shitty weather. When the storm is coming, put me in the center, where my medicine won't even feel the pressure, till it wears off and I'm clear in a world that I don't wanna be near. Crush another line, make it disappear. Yeah, ain't no sunshine round here, because I've been feeling so damn numb, it's hypnotic. If I'm honest, I don't know how to get off it. I'm feeling so high that I couldn't come down if I wanted. When I'm on it, see the edge and go beyond it. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back
Only one thing will be able to destroy them. An even greater team of superpowered foes. Yes, a veritable army of the most deadly villains alive. And by skillfully manipulating my high-frequency emotion charger, I can fan the flames of hatred in the heart of every evil menace in existence.
My mind is trapped in the prison of acid dishes, massacres, witches, apparitions, smack addictions, maggots, coagulated black syringes, black magic wizards with Mac-11 pistols, surpass actual physics, sharper than glass, shattered to splinters, tested to burn in hell, eternity, the dash is cinder, or to forever dance in the savage avalanche of winter. Off with this fucking hair happily, blood splattered on his entire fucking family ecstatically. Shooter spray the pores, superstitious fatal thoughts, control hollows at you, both on my shoulder like table saw. Black army jacket, shrunk head, carny magic, find me savage, feed you to the poor like a salami sandwich. Gangsta party ballads, the karate anthems, Canarsie block party stabbings on the body cameras, pillows and Percocets, learn to invest, purple cassette versus a death, swerve and connect. Oh, damage incorporated, torch the place, the palaces are all the same, burnt to the ground, or just a wall of flames, saber-tooth smiles, crocodile teardrops. Twisting sacrificial rituals to weird gods. Snipers proceed through banana clips and clear shots. Posted up in foxholes, singing military songs. Catch you while you asleep. You never know when your crib with so many guns. The beams resemble UFOs. Whoa! I always root for the villain. Deep down, he a hero. He don't know what he doing. Whoa! I always root for the villain. Even my grandmother loved all them shooters and killers. Oh! I always root for the villain. Deep down, he a hero. He don't know what he doing. Whoa! I always root for the villain. Even my grandmother loved all them shooters and killers.
Let's get it. Raw shit you ever seen. It's the kerosene. Self-made shit out the Everglades by the Evergreens. Fuck the cheddar dreams. Pocket stay forever green. Neighborhood looking like a clip from a Beretta scene. Black exploitation cinema. This my ghetto theme. Loyalty, honesty, the dynasty with two pillars. Scale in the room, tilt the move with balloon fillers, tomb fillers. No mercy, do you dirty, they dome builders. Working ceilings of Cancun villas. All we gotta do is remove filters. Bone chillin', my life stories are gory and strong language, a new thriller. Got some warehouses and field distillers. Billie Holiday arm hooker stoned out. I keep some cute Wilmers. Rob Broomstick, more wicked than Broomhilda. Proof in the pudding, got the footage. I'm the new Pilger. Bag of coca fueled Miller, she letting dudes film her.
Yeah. We push it to the limit. Sweet Pea in his prime, putting on a clinic. My OG sturdy, he was pushing from a cricket. The lone wolf ugly in the Audemars squishy. 357 Magnum dump. I'm leaving body parts scattered. It's a scavenger hunt. There's bodies everywhere. Look, they will not stop the barrel. I'm coming for the bag, hard lot, stock, and barrel. It was lonely on the ass. Afghan anti, so we get your hat. I'ma have to put another boulder in the bag. FDP 9, throw it in the jag. I got a mop that'll kill Satan. 98 shots, bump stock, and I'm still waiting. It's cold outside, hotter from the hook. Fuck about my face, Paul. I ain't trying to talk stupid. Yeah. DJ Muggs. Yeah. Billy. William Cuddy. Pazienza G-Rap. Go. Heavy metal kings. We not playing around out here. Billy. Pop, 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 pop. Stupid. G-Rap. The GOAT. The greatest. Billy Idol. William Cuddy. One of the best ever, Billy. Billy Ocean. We still here. My brother. We still here. Raise the gates.
Chase the high until it fades. Better pace myself, push my limits every day. Till I break myself, my time is on the way. Better brace myself, cause if I didn't give the shit my all, I swear to God I couldn't face myself. I've been telling these stories about my life. Out around the campfire all night. Just trying to find my way through the moonlight. I'm just trying to find a way. I'm just trying to hide my pain as I hydroplane till my tires strain. In the left lane with a depressed brain, calling my doctor up, hoping my meds came. Another panic attack, feeling my chest tight, can't even see the road, losing my headlights. I know I gotta keep on pushing through it, and my therapy is making music. Without it, I think I would lose it. So gather round, listen up, it's what you know, 'cause it's not enough. Grab a blunt, fill your cup,
Let me tell you something.
Till the campfire's out, telling stories till the campfire's out.
Light the match into the kerosene and show what life is like behind the scenes.
Put my soul up on the page as I judge myself. Cigarettes and cocaine, I don't trust myself. Drinking whiskey for the pain, and a blunt might help. Lacking self-respect with all the love I get. Why can't I find a way to love myself? I've been telling my stories to anyone listening. Better listen, listen, listen. I've done so much, but still I feel so insignificant. Insignificant, yeah. Been battling all these demons ever since my christening. Go to war with all these demons, but still I'm here and breathing, trying to find a reason why I'm breaking even. I should have more by now from all these tours and crowds, but it's just me and this bottle, so I'm about to pour it down. Fire gon' scorch the ground while I be telling my tales. Follow a treacherous trail, but in the end I'll prevail. I know I gotta keep on pushing through it, and my therapy is making music. Without it, I think I would lose it. So gather round,
listen up, 'cause what you know is not enough. Grab the blunt, fill your cup. Let me tell you something.
Till the campfire's out, telling stories till the campfire's out.
Light the match into the kerosene and show what life is like behind the scenes.
I deal with afflictions by willingly filling prescriptions. I live with conditions that really don't fit the descriptions. My grit and convictions, the reason I'm still in existence. My will and ambitions, the reason I'm still in the business. Still, I just wish I could turn off the shit in my brain. The positive and all the negative, living the yin and the yang. I'm still insecure even when they be telling me, Webby, you killing the game. I feel like I'm still in the rain. I wait for these feelings to change. Fifth of the Jameson, I'll sip it away. Just give me whatever, I don't wanna deal with this pain. Simple and plain, I don't wanna bitch and complain. My life really isn't so bad, I'm making a living. It's strange that I'm even feeling this way. I gotta be tough for the fans, I gotta be tough on my team, I gotta be tough on my fam. People are counting on me, and I cannot fuck up the plan. Just give me a bottle, I'm fine, I'll bottle it up in advance. Don't stop and check in on myself, I just keep on moving ahead. My wounds never heal completely, no time for the bruises demand. I push it all down like society says I should do as a man. Don't know how to talk about it, but when written in music I can. This is the way I get through it, this music is all that I got. On top of that I run a business, I need to be calling the shots. With all the pressure of debt, mixed with the pressure of life. Got all this pressure that's pressing me, feel like my head's in a vice. I tell myself every night, I gotta keep on pushing through it. And my therapy is making music. Without it, I think I would lose it. So gather round.
Gather round, listen up, 'cause what you know is not enough. Grab the blunt, fill your cup. Let me tell you something.
Till the campfire's out, telling stories till the campfire's out.
Light the match into the kerosene and show what life is like behind the scenes.
I got ice in my veins, blood in my eyes, hate in my heart, love in my mind. I seen nights full of pain, Days are the same. You keep yourself shy. Save me the rain. I search but never find. Hurt but never cry. I work and forever try, but I'm cursed, so never mind. And it's worse, but better times seem further and beyond. The top gets higher, the more that I climb. The spot gets smaller, and I get bigger, trying to get in where I fit in. No room for a nigga, but soon for a nigga, it be on, motherfucker. Cause all this bullshit, it made me strong, motherfucker. So I pick the world up and I'ma drop it on your fucking head. Yeah, bitch, I'ma pick the world up and I'ma drop it on your fucking head. Yeah, and I could die now, rebirth, motherfucker. Hop up in my spaceship and leave Earth, motherfucker. I'm down, motherfucker. I'm down. Oh, I know what they don't want to tell you. Just hope you're heaven sent and you're hell proof. I woke up in the world and cut the lights off, and confidence is a stain they can't wipe off. My word is my pride, but wisdom is bleak, and that's a word from the wise. Serve to survive, murdered and bribed, and when it got too heavy, I put my burdens aside so I could pick the world up and I'ma drop it on your fucking head. Yeah, bitch, I'ma pick the world up and I'ma drop it on your fucking head. Yeah. And I could die now, rebirth, motherfucker. Hop up in my spaceship and leave Earth, motherfucker. I'm gone. Motherfucker, I'm gone. I'm gone.
It hurts but I never show. This pain you'll never know. If only you could see just how lonely and how cold and frostbite I've become. My back's against the wall when push comes to shove. I just stand up and scream, fuck 'em all.
Man, it feels like these walls are closing in. This roof is caving in. But it's time to raise it then. Your days are numbered like pages in my book of rhymes. Got 'em cooking, boy, this crooked mind of mine. Got 'em all shook and scared to look in my eyes. I stole that fucking clock. I took the time and I came up from behind and pretty much snuck up and fuck this game up. Better be careful when you bring my name up. Fuck this fame, that ain't what I came to claim. But the game ain't gonna be the same on the days that I leave it. But I swear one way or another, I'ma make these fucking haters believe it. I swear to God, won't spare the ride. I'm a man of my word, so your fucking head's better not. I'm gonna fuck around in this bitch and roast everybody. Sleep on me, that pillow is where your head alive. Permanently, bitch, it's Betty Bob. This world is my Easter egg, yeah, prepare to die. My head is full, my confidence is up. The stage is my pedestal. I'm unstoppable, incredible. Hope you're trapped in my medicine ball. I can run circles around you so fast your fucking head is spin, dog. I split your cabbage and your lettuce and olives. I fucking pick the world up and I'ma drop it on your fucking head. Yeah, bitch, I'ma pick the world up and I'ma drop it on your fucking head. Yeah, and I could die now, rebirth, motherfucker. Hop up in my spaceship and leave Earth, motherfucker. I'm gone. Motherfucker, I'm gone.
They can't stop me. Yes, sir. They can't stop me. Even if they stopped me. Yeah, I'm on it. Oh, I'm on it.
Hey,
I'm so
thanks for joining me.
on it.
Hope you're doing well.
And when you own it, you can get it tonight, ho. And all night, ho. I get the beat from a fucking right, ho. I might go crazy on these niggas. I don't give a motherfucker. Run up in the nigga house and shoot his grandmother up. What? I don't give a motherfucker. Get your baby kidnapped and your baby motherfucker. It's the Carter 3 bitch. Better put your supper up. Highly Grove, I throw it up like I'm trying to lose my gut. Fuck is up, beat him up like a million uppercuts. Got a million duffled up for the fuck of it. Shit, get on my level. You can't get on my level. You will need a space shuttle or a ladder that's forever. However, I'm better. If not now, then never. Don't you ever fix your lips unless you about to suck my dick. Bitch, swallow my words, taste my thoughts, and if it's too nasty, spit it back at me. 2 more inches, I'd have been in that casket. According to the doctor, I could have died in traffic. Bounce right back on on them bitches like magic. Abracadabra, I'm up like Viagra. I just do this shit for my clique like Adam Sandler. I control hip hop and I'ma keep it on my channel. Watch me, bitch, watch me, bitch, watch me. But they cannot see me like Hitler. It's the New Orleans nightmare. Money so old, it's growing white hair. Young money, baby, yeah, we right here. I'ma make sure we ball till we fall like this. Your mama don't cry, your son can handle his. I got her out the hood and put her in the hills. Yeah, when I was 14, I told mama we will see better days. And sure enough, I got my seat up in a better place. When I was 14, I told my mom we will see better days. And sure enough, we did exactly what I said. I tell my girl, when you fuck me, better fuck me good. Cause if another girl could, she gon' fuck me good. No sitting at the table if you bringing nothing to it. And I get straight to it like it's nothing to it. Yeah, I got game like Stewart Scott. Fresh out the ESPN shop. And when sports in the poppin', everything's stopping. But you can't fool me. I know what you watching. Me, you watch me, you watch me. Cause I be, we see, must see, TV, C3. Nigga, that's me, and I'm me, I'm me. Times 3, so retreat or suffer defeat. I'm back, 3P, C3.
Jordan Empty, this right here is crazy. Yeah, I feel big, you know what I mean? Like not big in the sense of weight, you know what I mean? Like gaining weight up, nothing like that, like colossal, like, you know what I mean? Like, I heard you were looking for me.
Hey, Mr. Carter.
Hello.
Tell me where have you been?
You know.
They've been asking, they've been searching, they've been wondering.
I know.
Mr. Carter.
Hey, hello.
Tell me where have you been?
Shit, you know.
They've been asking, they've been searching, they've been wondering.
Yeah. To you forever, from me to you. I heard somebody say, Church, I'ma need a suit, I'ma need a coupe, I won't need a roof. Flyer than Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. I got the flow, I'm trying to see the roof. Didn't wear bulletproof, so I got shot and you can see the proof. Blind eyes can look at me and see the truth. Wonder if Stevie do, but I'ma leave it to God, not me, but neither you. Cause I'm a murder, why I kill, and even you. Man, I got summer hating on me cause I'm hotter than the sun. Got spring hating on me cause I ain't never sprung. Winter hating on me cause I'm colder than y'all. And I would never fall. I'm being hated by the season. So fuck y'all hating for no reason.
Hey, Mr. Carter.
I am him.
Tell me where have you been?
Around the world and I'm back again.
They've been asking, they've
Who's been asking about me? In case you wondering, I am him.
Tell me where have you been?
Around the world, now I'm back again. Who's been asking about me? In case you wondering, yeah, I've been in and out the bank, bitch. While y'all asshole niggas been on the same shit. I flush them and watch them go down the drain quick. 2 words you never hear. Wayne quit, cause Wayne win and they lose. I call them April babies, cause they fools. And when they snooze, we up, feet up like a paraplegic or paraplegic. A parallel park in a red and yellow thing, old school Atlanta Hawk. Like I'm from Cali Park, but I'm from Holly Grove. Now all my blood screams soup, woo, and da-da-do. I know my role, and I play it well, and I weigh it well on my Libra scale. I suck a pussy, fuck a pussy, leave it there. Long hair don't even care.
Hey, Mr. Carter.
I am him.
Tell me where have you been?
Around the world now, I'm back again.
They've been asking, they've
Who's been asking about me?
been wondering why.
In case you're wondering, I am him.
Tell me where have you been?
Around the world now, I'm back again.
Who's been asking about me? In case you're wondering, yeah, I'm right here in my chair with my crown and my dear Queen Bee as I share my time with my ear. Young Carter, go farther, go further, go harder. Is that not why we came? And if not, then why bother? Show no mercy in Marcy and Lagers. So far from being the bastard that Marcy had fathered. Now my name's being mentioned with the martyrs, the Biggies and the Pops and the Marleys and the Marcuses. Garvey got me a Molotov cocktail flow. Even if you box well, can't stop the blows. Kaboom, the rock boy in the room. The dope boy just came off the spoon. Also, I'm so fly, I'm on autopilot. Where guys just stare at my wardrobe. I see euros, that's right, plural. I took so much change from this rap game, it's your go.
It's my go, yeah. And I'ma go so opposite of soft off the Victor Hector Camacho, man, Randy Savage. Far from average, above status quo, flow, so pro. I know, I ride slow. And when I pass, they say, what up, killer, man? Stop bringing up my past. And next time you mention Pac, Biggie, or Jay-Z, don't forget Weezy, baby. Amen.
Tell me where have you been?
Yeah. Amen.
Tell me where have you been?
Hold up. We said, baby.
Tell me where have you been?
I've been hustling. Hustling hard. Shit. And I swear to everything, when I leave the circle, it's gonna be on both feet. Never knees in the dirt. You can try me, fucker, but when I squeeze it hurt. Man, we lose 2 lives, yours and mine. Give me any amount of time. Don't let Miss Carter grieve at the funeral parlor, dripping tears down my sleeve. Give me any amount of time. Don't let Miss Carter grieve.